guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. The parents of the Michigan school shooter are going to prison in an historic case. The judge agreed with prosecutors' sentencing request.
It is the sentence of this court, Ms. Crumley, that you serve 10 to 15 years with the Michigan Department of Corrections.
James and Jennifer Crumbley were convicted in separate trials of involuntary manslaughter for the 2021 shooting deaths of 4 students by their son at Oxford High School, which is just north of Detroit. It's the first time in the United States that the parents of a child mass murderer have been held responsible. The White House is urging Congress to reauthorize Section 702 of the government surveillance program, FISA. House Republicans are divided on the issue as some are worried the program could violate the privacy of Americans. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan says Section 702 is vital to addressing a wide variety of national security threats.
Terrorist threats to the homeland, fentanyl supply chains bringing deadly drugs into American communities, hostile governments' recruitment of spies in our midst, transnational repression by authoritarian regimes, penetrations of our critical infrastructure.
The Arizona Supreme Court on Tuesday upheld a 160-year-old law outlawing abortions at any stage of pregnancy unless a woman's life was in danger. Arizona's Democrat Attorney General Chris Mays coming out and already releasing a statement saying she's going to ignore the rule of law and the court. The 30-year-old country music superstar allegedly threw a chair from Eric Church's newly opened rooftop bar on Sunday night. He posted bail Monday after being arrested and charged with reckless endangerment and disorderly conduct. It's his second arrest in 4 years. This is USA News.
Greece is cheap.
But the airfare costs a fortune.
Paris?
Not much closer, and again, airfare...
What about Puerto Vallarta?
Let's face it, flying anywhere is just too expensive.
Wait, what's this? Low-cost airlines.
With one call to low-cost airlines, you'll drastically slash your travel costs. We're talking insanely low airline prices to any of your favorite destinations. Where would you like to go? London, Rome, Costa Rica, Australia?
Wow, that's cheap.
So why wait? Call now to learn how crazy cheap it is to fly anywhere in the U.S. or international. Our prices are so low, we can't publish them. The only way to get them is to call to instantly hear the most amazing best deals on airline travel. It's that easy. So call now and start packing.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
A bipartisan group of lawmakers and officials met on Capitol Hill Tuesday to discuss the next steps following the collapse of the Francis Scott Key Bridge in Baltimore 2 weeks ago. Cleanup efforts are continuing as crews continue to remove containers off the ship that crashed into the bridge and brought it down. Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg says $60 million in emergency relief funding has already been used, but they need more.
In order to continue that work, we will need to make sure that the emergency relief fund is at a healthy level, something that the delegation has expressed its determination to make sure happens, and that we certainly hope and expect will be a bipartisan goal.
According to one administration official, relations with China are improving. Here's USA's Corey Myers with more.
Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen wrapped up her second trip to China in 9 months. The trip meant to address trade disputes between the world's largest economies as the two sides tried to stabilize relations following a summit between U.S. President Joe Biden and Chinese leader Xi Jinping.
We have greatly deepened our relationships, and I feel our relationship in this economic sphere is in a much better place.
A victory parade for the UConn Huskies men's NCAA basketball championship is set for Saturday in Hartford. For USA News, I'm Tim Berg.
If you're a diabetic, we have great news. You can end the painful finger sticks with a new CGM. Plus, they may be covered by Medicare, Medicaid, or private insurance. If you test and inject daily, you may qualify. Call US Med now to learn more.
800-471-7065. 800-471-7065. 800-471-7065. That's 800-471-7065.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Cue the microphone. It is showtime. Here we go. Ready for a brand new day. Midweek coming on. A little dreary outside the bunker. Light rain in the Ohio Valley tonight. Heavy rains in the southeast. We're talking flooding rains. Of course, we'll break it all down for you as we get things underway. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Welcome aboard. Good to have you with us. Well, we refer to it as Hump Day. Right smack in the middle of another work week. Hope your week's going well. What do we have? Yeah, the likelihood of severe weather and at least a few tornadoes ramping up here from midweek, Wednesday afternoon and Wednesday evening. Across the south central states, we've got a slow-moving storm system that continues to develop and intensify. Now, they do tell us the threat for tornadoes includes some possibly occurring during the nighttime hours. That always adds to the danger, so kind of sounds like 24 hours from now especially. We'll have to be on top of what's happening. All modes of severe weather will accompany these storms as it advances slowly eastward and then kind of accelerates before the end of the week. But the risk, anything from powerful wind gusts, tornadoes, flash flooding, hail up to the size of baseballs through Wednesday evening. As this storm approaches and rolls through some of our major southern cities, obviously travel, highway travel, airline travel, will see some disruptions. Forecasters at AccuWeather believe there's a high threat of severe weather, including tornadoes, with the strongest storms occurring through Wednesday evening. Now, that level remains high despite the severe weather threat being tempered by cloud cover in the competition of other showers and thunderstorms. All right, in portions of eastern Texas, western Louisiana, the threat will be nocturnal Wednesday evening. Yeah, tonight we've got storms erupting from near the Rio Grande northward to near Dallas, and those are accelerating eastward. Areas around and north of Houston, the threat for severe weather and tornadoes will be greatest after 4 a.m. local time here Wednesday morning, so just a few hours from now. Yeah, the severe weather threat will be focused along and ahead of that cold front from Wednesday to Thursday. The threat of tornadoes, damaging wind, and hail will shift eastward during the day Wednesday into Wednesday evening along the I-10 and I-20 corridors. For the day ahead, that severe weather threat will extend just to the east of Houston, then northward along the Louisiana state line, eastward through parts of Louisiana, portions of Arkansas, and much of Mississippi. Yeah, much of the high winds and tornado risk will focus closer to the I-10 corridor. Flooding, rain, and hail will be more focused toward the I-20. So some major cities at risk for severe weather the upcoming day include Port Arthur, Texas, New Orleans, and Jackson, Mississippi. We believe there will be double-digit tornadoes produced by this severe weather outbreak. Multiple tornadoes could be on the ground at the same time on Wednesday, despite less than perfect atmospheric conditions. Doesn't sound real good, does it? Thunderstorms will remain severe, including some with the potential for tornadoes Wednesday evening. By later Wednesday night, the storm should group into more of a solid line with a lower threat of strong tornadoes, but there still could be a brief spin-up of an advancing surge of strong wind gusts as those storms shift eastward from Alabama to the Florida Panhandle and western Georgia. So for Wednesday night, we'll be focused on Mobile, Alabama, Atlanta, Georgia, Pensacola, Florida. That severe weather risk will continue to shift eastward along the southern Atlantic seaboard. Storms may exit pretty quickly Thursday morning in northeastern Florida, Georgia, and much of the Carolinas. Now, of course, Thursday, the severe weather and downpours may force a delayed start at Augusta National Golf Club, home to the Masters tournament coming up this weekend. In addition to the risk of frequent lightning strikes, there's the potential for damaging winds and flash flooding in portions of Georgia and South Carolina. Yeah, Thursday is scheduled for the tournament's first round at Augusta after some practice rounds that have been taking place this week and continue today. Now, weather that's more appropriate and safer for golf will settle in by Thursday afternoon and evening. Cooler temperatures and humidity levels, gusty winds may make for some tricky shots with the cool air and the sunshine on Friday, but less wind in store for Saturday and Sunday. After a chilly start on Saturday, temperatures are expected to rebound to the upper 70s in the afternoon and then into the 80s for Sunday afternoon at Augusta. So it may be a little topsy-turvy starting the Masters, but better weather as the weekend progresses. Same storm we're just talking about here that will bring the severe weather and torrential rain to the southern states will begin pivoting northeastward and set off more severe storms from the mid-Atlantic coast, parts of the Midwest, as we look toward Thursday and Friday. And definitely enough rain in the forecast to be bringing more flooding concerns right on the heels of the big nor'easter about a week ago there in the northeastern USA. So here we go, underway. Philly Dan, good morning, crew. Keep on humping. Hump day. Marianne checks in. Hello, Steve and the overnight family. Hello to Pappy in the house. Shorty is I-77 northbound Statesville, North Carolina tonight. 59 degrees. He is Columbus bound. All right, Miss Millie, good morning, Steve, all the listeners. I'll be glad when we can get a few dry days in a row here. Everybody have a great day, be safe and blessed. I'm going to be headed to bed. I've got a rough day later today. Okay, hope all goes well there, Miss Millie. The Dipsy Driver, good morning, Steve, and the best informed audience. We're a comfortable, clear 50 here in Stockbridge, mid-Michigan. A special thank you to all the hardworking ladies and gentlemen driving those big trucks out there, the brave behind the badge, and those who have worn or wearing those fantastic U.S. military uniforms. Please stay safe because we need each and every one of you. Good to hear from you there, Dipsy Driver. All right, saddle up, nocturnal listeners. We know who that is. Pappy checking in. It's the midnight hour, and what day is it? What day is it? It's not official until Horse Feathers calls in to let us know. It is 844-844-3388. Hit those digits. Don't be a scarecrow. Call in. Be a part of the show. Snuggle up to whomever or whatever. Heat up that cup of joe. And don't hit them brakes or you're going to get hit in the caboose because the overnight drive is hammered down. And don't be like Big Ed. You can't find them, grind them. All right, are you with me? Jeffrey in Florida. Hi there. Good morning, Steve. Thanks for the excellent show. Good to have you on board. Let's see. Good morning, Steve, everybody. There's Glenn saying hello. Be safe out there. Looking forward to the show tonight. Rick, good morning, Steve. Rick, a.k.a. the Speed Buggy. Raleigh, North Carolina, checking in. Larry, as always, says good afternoon. Hammer down, be safe, 68 degrees, Fishkill, New York. It's round 2 to Schenectady tonight. Buckeye Boar, where are we checking in from? White Springs, Florida, on Interstate 75, about 90 miles north of Sarasota. It rained most of the night at the home 20 last night. Sprinkles up to about noon, 1 o'clock the afternoon. Wildcat said it was raining again this afternoon, but the Braves did get their game in and beat those Mets. I'll be delivering in Sarasota 7 p.m. tomorrow. Then back to the hotel. We'll hang out there till Sunday. Got the golf clubs and my freshwater fishing gear. Going to try to get some fishing in at one of the state parks here. All right. Brain Dead, good morning, Steve. Happy night off for me. We're cloudy 61 at the West Memphis International Airport, auto repair, nail salon, and Chinese buffet. The rain has let up for a bit so I can take the hounds out one more time before maybe taking a nap. It's pretty much rained off and on all day here, and we're expected to get more rain later today. Anybody know where I can find Noah and that ark? Yeah, they are talking. Yeah, there are big-time flood. I mean, I'm looking at flood watches, and even there are flood warnings, especially along the Texas-Louisiana state line there. But flood watches stretching from eastern Texas, southern half of Arkansas, right up toward the Memphis area, pretty much all of Mississippi, most of Alabama, and southwestern Georgia, the zone where this slow-moving system is just going to continue to drop those torrential rains. And there are several areas. We've got severe thunderstorms. I'm not seeing any tornado warnings. There is a tornado watch there in central and north central Louisiana, even at this hour. But numerous severe thunderstorms, strong straight line winds through southern portions of Texas. There's another cluster over there right in south central and east central portions of Mississippi, prompting some warnings. Again, it is 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Hey, let me throw a shout out to Wheelchair Dave. I know he's on board. Been sending me some interesting articles, write-ups, things that are happening around the world. Thank you much, Wheelchair Dave. One of which is, as he's always focused on, loves his racing action. It's been tried before, and Kyle Larson will be entering the next phase in his bid for the Indianapolis 500 debut. Actually, starting later today and Thursday, when the Indianapolis Motor Speedway hosts a 2-day open test. So Larson will be among the entrants for today and Thursday's session in preparation for the 108th running of the Indy 500, May the 26th. The Hendricks Motorsports driver will attempt to run 2 historic races on the same day, traveling from Indianapolis that afternoon, then to compete in NASCAR's Coca-Cola 600 at Charlotte Motor Speedway that evening. Things have to be done first. This week's test will mark the 3rd on-track session for Larson in an Indy car. He successfully completed his rookie orientation last October. Then he participated in a test with his Arrow McLaren team at Phoenix Raceway in February. He says he's pretty excited about it. I've been looking forward to this since like January of last year when we first made the announcement. I don't get too overly excited about anything. Just take it day by day. Hopefully the weather's good this week and we can get in the car as scheduled Wednesday and Thursday. Just maybe get to learning from there. I think this week is when I'll really get to learn more about things, racing, and getting to be around my team of people. The other times I've been in the car, I really haven't had, and don't even know, maybe I've been around a lot of the team members, but I'll at least have my team there this week to kind of talk to and learn from. All right, the track will be opening this morning, Wednesday, April the 10th at 9:05 a.m. Eastern Time, starting for a nearly 2-hour session for veteran drivers, followed by a 2-hour rookie orientation practice and a refresher at 11 a.m. Eastern. Now, the session is open to all drivers then from 1 till 6:30 p.m. today, and again from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. on Thursday. A lot of folks go to Indy to check out all the activities there. Now, this is free. The infield access will be limited, they tell us, because they've got construction taking place near the Indianapolis Motor Speedway Museum there. But, fun times where you can actually get out there and just watch some of the practice sessions, get some photos of your favorite driver and just enjoy some of the festivities. A lot of things that lead up to the big day, the Indy 500. All right, a couple of industry headlines here. What do we have going on? Drivers who use E-ZPass should be aware of a new scam. It's a phishing scam, according to the Pennsylvania Turnpike Commission. Earlier this week, the commission issued a phishing alert targeting E-ZPass account holders requesting personal financial information to settle outstanding toll amounts, apparently. Officials say the scammers are sending out text messages that appear to be from the Pennsylvania Turnpike toll services. These messages claim that users must settle their toll accounts or face a late fee. Turnpike Commission says that other toll agencies across the country have been reporting similar phishing scam attempts. So they say if you receive an unsolicited text, email, or a similar message suggesting it's from E-ZPass or another toll agency, do not click on the link, they say, first of all. Rather, account holders should use the approved safe methods to check your account, including the official PA Turnpike E-ZPass website or the PA Toll Pay app that's available from the Apple App Store or the Google Play Store. Now, if you are a victim of a phishing scam, you can file a complaint with the FBI's Internet Crime Complaint Center, which the website, that's pretty easy, www.ic3.gov. The letters IC, the number 3.gov. Phishing scams. All right, before we get to the calls coming up here at 844-844-3388, the FMCSA kind of shares the dismal numbers of who's actually participating in their under 21-year-old truck driver apprenticeship program. Only 113 motor carriers have applied for this program since they started accepting applications back in July of 22. A dismal sign for an initiative that was expected to recruit up to 1,000 carriers and 3,000 drivers. Now, the latest data includes a fiscal year 2022 report submitted to Congress last week by the FMCSA. Also revealed that as of February of this year, the FMCSA has rejected 34%. That would be 38 of the 113 applications they received. They have approved only 30%, or that translates to 34 applications. Applications that were rejected, disapproved due to not meeting the FMCSA's safety performance criteria. There's another 36 applicants that have met the quality certification criteria, but do not yet have a registered apprenticeship in place or haven't provided their registered apprenticeship number to the FMCSA. Going back to the report from fiscal year 21 that was also submitted to Congress last week, the FMCSA provided similar lackluster results for this under 21 CDL pilot program that they launched in 2019 and completed in August of 21. For those that was for people that had been in the military. Just no interest. Despite significant outreach and recruitment efforts, only a very small number of drivers participated in the under 21 military program. There were not enough interest from the intended participants in operating a commercial motor vehicle in interstate commerce as a profession to even justify continuing the program. Now, creating apprenticeships for 18 to 20-year-old drivers who are currently unallowed to haul across state lines. This has been lauded by the Biden administration, a way to bolster the ranks of the trucking industry. But it has been controversial from day one. When the FMCSA accepted comments for the driver pilot proposal, 127 respondents favored it, 50 opposed. Some of the supporters included the likes of the American Trucking Association, the Commercial Vehicle Training Association, and the National Retail Federation. Those opposed include the likes of the National Transportation Safety Board, the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association, asserting that carriers' inability to retain drivers has more to do with pay and working conditions, nothing to do with an actual driver shortage. Our number, 844-844-3388. What's on your mind? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin stated during a Senate Armed Services Committee hearing that there's no evidence supporting the claim that Israel is committing genocide in Gaza.
Senator Cotton, we don't have any evidence of genocide being created.
So that's a no. Israel's not committing genocide in Gaza.
We don't have evidence of that, to
Thank
my
you.
knowledge. Yeah.
The hearing was interrupted a number of times by protesters urging an end to U.S. support for Israel. The Arizona Supreme Court has upheld an abortion ban dating back to the Civil War. Governor Katie Hobbs criticized the previous 2022 ban as extreme, stating that enforcing the old law now would only add chaos for women and doctors. The Michigan school shooter's parents, James and Jennifer Crumley, received the maximum sentence for involuntary manslaughter. Tuesday, a judge handed each of them a 10 to 15-year prison term in the landmark case. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Product claims without proof.
every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, indeed. Welcome into a Wednesday. Midweek coming on, and those phone lines are open. Hello to Gilligan. Good morning, Steve, fellow listeners. Kind of overcast, but we're dry at the moment at the airport in Roanoke, Virginia. Everybody keep it shiny side up. Buckeye boy sharing this morning. When I park at a truck stop, I always pull into the parking spot to protect my front end, which was even more of a good decision as I'm sitting here and I hear a crash. And the flatbed next to me rocked pretty hard. I get out to look at the front of his truck, which was back past the rear of my truck on the passenger side. And another truck had tried to make the turn. Crushed the driver's side brush guard against the headlight. Luckily, it only bent the brush guard and cracked the outside of his headlight. I have seen trucks get to the front end really tore up from idiots not making sure they're turning wide enough. The way I park, it'll hit me. It'll be a section of the box that's reinforced by my steel-framed lift gate and should be able to still drive my truck. But, yeah, those things that happen in the parking lot every day, all right? Rick in Columbus, early this Wednesday morning, I see your Reds. Let's just say the Brewers bounced back, taking game number. It's a 4-game series, so they're split at 1-1. I think what was the final 9-5, 8-5, something like that yesterday. Hello to Eskimo Mom. Howdy, Overnight Drive Nation. Happy Hump Day, Monday for me, whatever day it is on the calendar for you. We've got a Muncie, Indiana drop and hook to start the night. Who knows what I'll have when I get back. Roads beginning to dry out. It's cloudy. Mid to upper 50s outside the truck in Muncie, Indiana. Be safe out there, especially with the severe weather they're anticipating coming our way. Hello to Bidu. Good morning, Steve. And the overnight crew. Good to have you on board. There's Double Trucker. spending the night broke down, in Pennsylvania. Rick said he can't sleep. It's one of those nights, huh? That's been there, done that. All right, prices at the pump. Yep, they're going up. How? You may be seeing some headlines. I'm seeing this via social media. It's not a farce. It's not fictitious. But there's some saying we could be headed back to $5 a gallon in gas. What the? Now, the nationwide average price for regular hit a reported 6-month high this week, $3.60 a gallon. Now, that's a little bit lower than the Trilby Lundberg survey that came out Sunday, I believe it was. Lundberg said $3.67 a gallon. But what we're looking at now is, again, the price more than 50% under Joe Biden. In the past month, gas prices rose more than 20 cents, over $1 more expensive than when Trump left office. Gas prices remain high and could go higher due to industry and political factors. Biden's economic war on American energy independence, instability in the Middle East, and Ukraine, all significant factors. Now, according to Goldman Sachs, gas prices could reach $4 by May, just a matter of weeks from now. Don't be too surprised if you see $5 a gallon or more at the pump, if you're not paying that much already, which they are in California. Charlie Blaine from The Street this past day says, Forbes kind of outlined the reasons why gas prices continue to rise. Several factors: extensive refinery maintenance on the West Coast, the transition to the more expensive summer fuel blends, rising gasoline demand, and high oil prices. Patrick DeHaan is the head petroleum expert at Gas Buddy. In just the past month, the West Texas Intermediate, a national crude oil benchmark, has jumped just shy of 10% to $85 a barrel. That's a 6-month high, while the international benchmark, Brent crude oil, also has climbed nearly 10% in the time, a 6 months high just below $90 per barrel. Mr. DeHaan also attributes the spike in recent production cuts by OPEC producers, Russia and Saudi Arabia, as well as lingering geopolitical escalations there in the Middle East. He added a potential ceasefire between Israel and Hamas could provide maybe a glimmer of hope amid surging oil prices. Obviously, drivers in California paying well north of $5.50 a gallon for gas. One driver says, I can't afford gas. Last time I remember filling up, I think it was maybe 2 weeks ago, a week ago. I know it was at least 50 cents cheaper, close to 50 cents a gallon less. I don't know if that tracks, but at least in my area, it's suddenly a lot more expensive. Now, I shared the numbers last evening from Santa Claus in the Sacramento area, where, what was it, $5.89? I could pull those numbers back up, but I mean, over $6 a gallon, $6.19 I think it was for the premium unleaded there in Sacramento. Dr. Sanjay Varshney says ordinary people are paying the price. Yeah, not just for global reasons, but more so for local reasons. My, $4, $5. It may be on the horizon once again. James says, yeah, time to get those I did that stickers back out. I'm seeing some of that. I did that. It is 844-844-3388. Hello to the C&I dog.
Good morning. How you doing?
Hanging with them. What's happening?
Go ahead.
I said hanging with them. What's up?
I'm on a road trip myself. Going to go to Vegas. I started off in Chicago, went to Upper Sandusky, Ohio, and I went through Albuquerque around heat waves time, about 9:10 p.m. earlier today we went through Amarillo by afternoon instead of the morning.
Right.
And it was raining a lot in that area. And there was a lot of street flooding in Amarillo. And the temperature was more like 37 degrees. The further west we got, the warmer it got, even though we were climbing an elevation.
Very interesting, yeah. So I mean, they're talking flooding concerns there, especially in central and eastern Texas.
Yeah, there was a lot of rain coming. This coming out of the Gulf, right?
Yes.
Yep, and then it's going to shift to the east, right?
That is correct, and then it's going to head into the northeast.
Yeah, I have to give my friends a call that work that region. They do puddle jumping, between New Orleans and Orange, Texas, and Houston and Dallas and Shreveport. So they're looking to get some good rain and maybe some high wind, right?
Yes, sir. Yeah, severe weather in the mix later today. I mean, they're talking tornadoes. Double-digit tornadoes. That's not sounding real good.
Yeah, I never heard you say that before. Is that something unusual?
Well, when the National Weather Service says double digits, I mean, 10, what's that mean, 10, 15? I mean, it's not like there's only going to be an isolated risk. I mean, it's not common for the National Weather Service to say double-digit tornadoes.
Oh, okay. I guess I wasn't really paying attention. So I want to give a shout-out to Heat Wave. I passed through your town there, Albuquerque, New Mexico. Sorry I couldn't walk on your...
his AstroTurf.
AstroTurf grass.
Yeah.
I was thinking, maybe I could have stopped at the sports store and got a golf ball and popped a hole in the lawn there and did some putting. What do you think?
Yeah, that would work.
All right, Steve, I'll be out here listening to the show. Maybe I'll give you a call later. I'll be out for a while.
All right. Well, thanks for tuning in. Speaking of Senor Heatwave, we got him coming up. I don't think he's in Apple Turkey right now anyway, so we'll find out where he is indeed checking in from coming up. But, the rain. Now, let me see. Currently, we're looking at light rain stretching up to right about the Nashville area. From there, rains get heavier. Heavy rains from Tupelo to Jackson, Mississippi, on back through much of northern and central Louisiana. This particular round has kind of cleared the Shreveport area to the east now. Then you get down into some of those, what they call the supercells, that are individual isolated storms that are producing severe thunderstorms. Areas from just south of Austin, Texas, down to Nuevo Laredo. Several cells east of Killeen and others east of Austin. Another cluster, which you can see the circulation of the actual storm up toward the Texas-Oklahoma Panhandle region. Some heavy storms just to the west of Oklahoma City. Then lighter rain, which is going to be filling in, wrapping back around through the Amarillo area. Some of that will be dropping down toward Lubbock, Texas. Through the upcoming day. But that is an intensifying storm system there in the south. Our number, 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secrets, powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
We'll get plenty of other industry headlines coming up here. Lots of things going on in the world around us. Obviously, one of the big stories in the news over the past day. It's a first of its kind where the parents of a juvenile school shooter are actually being held responsible for their son shooting and killing 4 kids. Those parents were convicted and sentenced to 10 years in prison this past day, as the judge in Michigan lamented the missed opportunities that could have prevented their teenage son, first of all, from possessing a gun and then killing 4 students in 21. The judge says these convictions are not about poor parenting. These convictions confirm repeated acts or lack of acts that could have halted an oncoming runaway train. The courtroom was a crowded, tense courtroom, pretty much the climax of an extraordinary effort to make others besides the 15-year-old criminally responsible for a school shooting. Now, the parents supposedly did not know their son had the handgun that he called his beauty in his backpack when they dropped him off at school that day. Prosecutors then convinced jurors the parents still played a disastrous role in the violence. The Crumbleys were accused of not securing the newly purchased gun at their home. The parents, I think the dad had actually purchased the gun for the son and did not secure it. They acted indifferently to the signs of their son's deteriorating mental health. Now, I tuned into some of this, and the judge was talking how when the son had asked his father he needed some help, he needed medication or something, and the dad's response was, "Suck it up, Buttercup," that sort of thing. On the morning that he actually pulled off the school shooting, that made the big news. The son had a drawing, a sketch that he had made with like dead bodies lying on the floor and the words, "Help me." I mean, obviously something was going dramatically wrong with his mental health. Now, the parents had already been convicted earlier this year of involuntary manslaughter. Some of the parents of children that lost their lives that day speaking before the court. One parent said, "The blood of our children is on your hands too," as he held an image of his son. The mother of a shooting victim said, "The Crumbleys failed at parenting. While you were purchasing a gun for your son and leaving it unlocked, I was helping my daughter finish her college essays." The prosecutor asked the judge to stretch beyond the sentencing guidelines and order a minimum 10-year sentence. Defense attorneys tried to keep him out of prison, saying they've already spent nearly 2.5 years in jail, unable to afford a $500,000 bond, after they were initially arrested. 5 deputies in the courtroom standing closely over the couple, and more lining the courtroom. James Crumbley had been recorded in jail making threats toward McDonald, the judge. Before being sentenced, he stood up and insisted he didn't know his son was troubled mentally. He tried to say, my heart is really broken for everybody involved, but I was actually tuned in. Media was covering this live. And as the commentators, after the sentence came down, said, you really could not sense any remorse or from the parents, feeling they had done nothing wrong. The son had actually told a counselor that he was sad. A grandmother had died, and his only friend had suddenly moved away. Referring to that drawing, he said the drawing reflected his interest in creating video games, supposedly. But this is the scenario, in case you had forgot, where the parents were called to the school that day, a hasty meeting where they came in, apparently sat down with the principal or whatever, and after the teacher saw that drawing, sat down with the principal for like 15 minutes. No mention that the gun resembled the one the father had purchased just 4 days ago. It was a Sig Sauer 9mm. The mom took the son to the shooting range, firing 50 rounds at the range, and took 50 more rounds back to their home. All right. For whatever reason, there was no search of his backpack, apparently no search of his locker. And literally, the parents went home, left him at the school, and a short time later, the shooting unfolded, ultimately 4 dead. So the parents being held, that's a first of its kind. What can you do for your troubled child? Now, I found it kind of interesting. We'll throw this your way, and then we'll get our news break, top of the hour, get back to the calls. Flip side of the coin, if you are a parent, would you be willing to turn your own children in if you think they may have committed a crime? That is the case in Mississippi. A mother from Mississippi actually called police on her own sons when she saw their faces on a news story about a shooting that had taken place. The mom, who lives in Holly Springs, turned in her 17 and 18-year-old sons last Wednesday when she saw they were wanted in connection with the shooting at a police officer the day before. She turned them in after the story broke in the media. According to WMC-TV, the 2 boys, names not released, charged with aggravated assault on an officer. Now, the officers were not hit by the gunfire, but it all started that previous day about 4:30 in the afternoon when a Holly Springs, Mississippi police officer said he attempted to pull a vehicle over for driving erratically with no headlights on Interstate 22. Instead of stopping, the driver of the vehicle allegedly sped up, tried to elude police. The driver did not only flee, but officers said someone inside the car fired at least 2 shots at them. It was dangerous for the officers and any other pedestrian or anyone who was on that interstate at the time, according to the Holly Springs police chief. Not long after, a Marshall County Sheriff's deputy reported seeing the car and reported that the suspects had fled the car and run into the woods. But the 2 were caught on a Ring doorbell camera. Those images were then released to the media. That's what Mom saw on television. Yeah, the mother caught the story, who says, I was like, are you serious? Oh, hell no. I got up, I asked a few questions. After seeing the images on television, the mom called the police on her sons. I will not tolerate this sort of behavior, she says. I don't play no games with him. If you're going to do crime, you're going to do the time, plain and simple, says Mom. Now, the woman said she also hopes that turning them in will maybe help clear them of any wrongdoing and that she's not aware of any other behavior like the shooting incident. She said it was very difficult to do, very emotional. Both of the sons told her that they were innocent. Now, she said, my boys don't really get in trouble. All they do is stay home and play games. So this was very shocking to her. Now, they did say a third person of interest was interviewed by police in this case. That person not charged. Would you be able to turn your own kids in, right? Difficult things to do, but there's the night and day difference in the case of the parents now going to prison for 10 years versus the mom turning her kids in, hoping to straighten their asses out before they do end up killing somebody. All right, I found that interesting. Our number, 844-844-3388. All right, coming up, we'll get a news break here and back with a whole lot more to cover. Other industry headlines. How about the 5 worst conditions you as a semi-truck driver can drive through? We'll highlight some of that here on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says the IDF's mission to destroy Hamas is pressing on, despite just recently ordering the majority of his ground troops to withdraw from the Gaza Strip. Senate Minority Leader from Kentucky, Mitch McConnell, speaking on the war in Gaza, still stands by Israel's side.
They didn't start this war, and I'm hopeful that they'll be able to achieve their goal, which is to eliminate Hamas from being able to govern and effectively control Gaza.
President Biden spent some time touting the nation's economy during a campaign event with caregivers at Union Station in Washington, D.C. on Tuesday. The president revealing his budget plan, which includes funding for child care, saying prices have gotten out of control. He also went after Republicans for their budget plan, calling out former President Donald Trump in the process.
My predecessor and his MAGA friends want to, I love the phrase, the language they use, they want to terminate the Affordable Care Act. Terminate. Well, guess what? Killing millions of Americans, take them off of health care, insurance, and stripping others of services like home care.
Republicans have accused the president of driving up inflation and the national debt through too much government spending. Millions of Americans are on the lookout for severe weather, including the possibility of tornadoes.
The Deep South and sections of the Mississippi Valley are preparing for severe weather. Forecasters predict that intense thunderstorms will sweep through from eastern Texas to the southeast coast through Thursday.
USA's John Schaefer with that report. The Senate and House are both in session on Wednesday. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real, aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout, and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
The Arizona Supreme Court on Tuesday upheld a 160-year-old law outlawing abortions at any stage of pregnancy unless a woman's life was in danger. Arizona's Democrat Attorney General Chris May is coming out and already releasing a statement saying she's going to ignore the rule of law and the court. The parents of the Michigan school shooter are going to prison in an historic case. The judge agreed with prosecutors' sentencing request.
It is the sentence of this court, Ms. Crumley, that you serve 10 to 15 years with the Michigan Department of Corrections.
James and Jennifer Crumbley were convicted in separate trials of involuntary manslaughter for the 2021 shooting deaths of 4 students by their son at Oxford High School, which is just north of Detroit. It's the first time in the United States that the parents of a child mass murderer have been held responsible. The White House is urging Congress to reauthorize Section 702 of the government surveillance program, FISA. House Republicans are divided on the issue as some are worried the program could violate the privacy of Americans. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan says Section 702 is vital to addressing a wide variety of national security threats.
Terrorist threats to the homeland, fentanyl supply chains bringing deadly drugs into American communities, hostile governments' recruitment of spies in our midst, transnational repression by authoritarian regimes, penetrations of our critical infrastructure.
This is USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Life on the road is tough, but the Big Rig mattress is tougher. With 15 years of industry-leading technology, our hybrid mattresses with its individual pocketed spring core is the best on the market. Road-tested for millions of miles, it is the last mattress you'll buy for your truck. We are so confident that's why our spring support core is guaranteed for 10 years. Most sizes ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes are also available. When you get tired of waking up with sore, achy muscles, visit thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Rest assured, with the Big Rig Mattress, we've got your back.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com.
Thank you much. All right, welcome back. Round number 2. What do we have? Wednesday coming on. copy the mail, says 5-7. Hello to Kevin joining the family. Good morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. Responding to the direct opposite scenarios in regarding parenting, Buckeye Boy said, the parents that did nothing to try and help their child. Parents got what they deserved. More of it should be happening for irresponsible parents that have no control of their children. As for the mom that saw her kids on the evening news that turned them in, he says, good for that mom. Hello to Senor Heatwave. What's happening this morning or evening where you are?
Good evening. I'm from Albuquerque, New Mexico. Actually, I'm almost here to Edgewood. Who was that caller that called in, said he was in my neck of the woods? I kind of caught half of what he said.
That was the C&I dog.
Oh, no kidding. Son of a gun. Well, which way was he headed?
I think he was headed west.
All right, well, C&I dog, if you happen to come back around in the next 24, 36 hours, give me a holler over here at exit 187.
Thought he said he
I'll
was.
come get you.
Thought he said he was heading to Las Vegas, if memory serves.
Yeah, that might be a little bit of a run. Yep. Well, that's too bad. Well, maybe next time. As you can tell, my voice is kind of shot.
It's not getting better. It gets better, then gets worse. How's that happen?
Well, when I don't say nothing for a while, it sounds pretty good. But when I start talking, well, that crap happens. Well, let's see here. So the state attorney general said she's not going to follow the ruling of the court in Arizona. Well, they ought to do what Trump said and vote on it. You know, that's the reason why the Civil War was there. Because the South, even though it was morally wrong to have slaves, they wanted to have state rights. And it was the North that said, nope, on this instance, we're not going to have state rights. It's going to be federal. Well, I mean, I live in a state which they say, come on over, we'll kill the baby for you. You know, and this state is allegedly Catholic. And that jackass in Santa Fe, she's allegedly Catholic. But, I mean, they don't have that you know, they just don't give a hoot in hell about life, period. Oh, we need to save the mass murderers and whatnot because they can be saved. And I'm thinking, no, they can't. They're like a dog that's tasted blood for the first time. Once they do it, they're going to continue to go and do the same thing over and over again until somebody shoots them dead. California, with fuel prices going, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm listening. Go. Yep. Fuel prices $5-6 a gallon for your. I mean, gasoline, not diesel.
Yeah. Well, you know what? When are the folks that are on minimum wage at $20 an hour going to start screaming for help? You know, what are they going to want? They're going to want $100 a week gas subsidy so they can help them.
Right.
You know.
Yep.
I mean, really, we never thought it was going to be this damn crazy. Steve, when you went to work the first time around working minimum wage, what were you making?
Oh, man, I think it was I don't know, might have been a couple bucks an hour. Am I that old?
Like $2.85,
something like that. Yeah, so I think that was $3.15 if memory, something like that.
Yeah. And when I left the catalog store to go in the Air Force, I was making $3.60 an hour. So, you know, and to look at that then and then look at it today, holy crap, you know, when's enough going to be enough? And all these issues are self-inflicted by the lead jackass in the White House and the Democrat Party. And, when they had Biden up there in his little speech blaming Trump for everything, he had like maybe 5 or 6 people hooting and hollering, agreeing with him. But, I mean, how many people were actually there in the audience? 5 or 6? He sure didn't sound like he had a whole lot of support. So, but anyways, I'm over here at the Hacienda. I'm going to be, like I said, taking a 34-hour break. I may just go ahead and make me a few hot toddies. Brain Dad was telling me, or maybe it was D Ranger. That's who it was. He was telling me of a drink that he makes whenever he has these kind of issues. I said, well, I've got some Buchanan 12-year-old scotch. I'll pour that in a cup. I'll pour in some honey, and I'll pour in some lemon juice. And I'll put it in the microwave for about 15 seconds, 20 seconds. And I'll stir it up. Now, scotch is kind of it's a harsh drink. You have to learn to enjoy it. Well, with the way that I made it, I drank it down. It was pretty smooth. So I started coughing again,
Right.
So I made me another one. And, I kept self-medicating until I passed out. I slept pretty good. So what the heck?
At some point, you will get some rest, right? That's what you're good for. What ails you, right? That's them old home remedies. It is 844-844-3388. The issue, the abortion issue, this is going to be, again, in an election year. This is for the states that have not yet allowed the constituents to vote on it, which are many, many states. It's going to be a big-time issue, determining who gets elected. Democrat, Republican, president, come November of this year. Now, what occurred this past day? Arizona's, I guess there was a law that dates back to 1864. And before Arizona even had become a state, that law that mandated 2 to 5 years in prison for anyone aiding in an abortion, except when the mother's life would be at risk. It was codified in 1901 and 1913. I guess they decided this past day there was a 4-2 decision where the Arizona Supreme Court said that they can enforce that what had been a long dormant law, pretty much criminalizing all abortion except when a mother's life is at stake. So, of course, millions of Americans, according to the president now, will soon live under a more extreme, dangerous abortion ban. This ruling is a result of the extreme agenda of Republican elected officials who are committed to ripping away women's freedom. Now, here back in 2022, a lower court in Arizona originally ruled a 15-week ban on abortion, superseded the 1864 law. This fight to overturn the 1864 law has been going on for decades. In Planned Parenthood unsuccessfully fought to overturn the law all the way back in 1971. Now, following Roe versus Wade, an injunction was placed on the 1864 law until the Supreme Court overturned Roe versus Wade. So now, and this is what needs to take place in my mind. The Arizona Supreme Court says this decision is going to be on hold for 14 days. It'll be sent back to a lower court to consider additional constitutional challenges. The court's decision is undoubtedly not going to be the final word. abortion rights activists are pushing to get a constitutional amendment on the ballot for this November in the state. That would enshrine the right to an abortion up to 24 weeks in that state. So states' rights, let the people decide. That I say that's the way it needs to go. This is where it is in America today. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, back to the phones we go at 844-844-3388. See if we can make it official here. What's going on, Horse Feathers?
Yeah, I guess Pappy said we got to do it, right? So I guess we'll start out with, hey, Mike. What day is it? What day is it?
Hump day!
There you go. All right, now it's official. I guess the people out there on the West Coast will have to wait a little bit. Mountain time.
Yes.
West Coasters, they'll have to wait a little bit. Just remember what we did. So, all right. Maybe they can go back and replay it or something. But, yeah, I think you were right there, what you were giving Heatwave there for information from the CNI dog. If I remembered hearing the call right there, he was burning up the asphalt and picking up the dots and laying them down and headed out there to Lost Wages to see if he could get rid of all his money. So I don't know, maybe he'd be riding his thumb on his way back there through Apple Turkey. But anyways, wish him the best of luck when he gets out there. So, I got thinking a little bit there after hearing you talking, about what was going on here in Baltimore there with the Key Bridge and that. Now, you said there was 50 divers down there working, cutting up that steel and everything. And, of course, all the amount of equipment and the cranes and, they're trying to run that quite a few hours a day. And, you don't just go down to the local union hall or the unemployment office and say, hey, who wants to be a diver today and go down there and cut up some steel for us? I mean, that's specialized training, specialized work. The crane operators are unique to the cranes. They can run a lot of other cranes, but those cranes are specialized cranes, especially the ones that set on the barges. You can only lift certain amount of weights at certain angles and turn and do certain things and not end up upsetting yourself and going swimming or something, turning the crane into the water and causing more problems than what they already have. So in order to have that amount of crew, that amount of people, it's just amazing. You look at other countries that, probably would never have the capabilities to mobilize such a feat in such a short amount of time. I mean, within a couple weeks, they already got waterways open so they can get in and out of the harbor and all that.
Yeah.
So it's, I guess, a lot of kudos to them. And so what do those people do when there's not a ship running into a great big bridge and the bridge falling in the, what do all those divers do for the rest of their time, Your Honor? I don't know. They paint buoys, or I don't know. Just kind of wondering. But anyways. But other than that, I guess, I don't know, all's pretty quiet. Did you ever come up with anything on that fatal accident there that was on the Baltimore Beltway there the other morning?
I did not. No, I did not.
Yeah, no, I never heard any more about it in our area either. So, when they got it all cleaned up there and traffic moving, and, well, it's not any news anymore. So I don't know. Probably won't hear too much more about that now. But anyway, I don't know. Other than that, everything else is kind of quiet. Not a whole lot's changed there from the night before. And I did send you one picture that somebody passed me along that they said was an eclipse picture, and I was kind of wondering. I don't know. I think I had the phone turned sideways or something when I was looking at it. But
I saw that.
But anyways, I didn't. Did you get that one?
I missed that view. I would have liked to have seen that, but I must have missed it. Yeah. Yeah. Kind of reminded me of Pac-Man eating the dots there, right? Waka Waka. But anyways, that's about all we got. Not a whole lot. I did see that Larry Vaughn posted the other day there that 95 was reopened up there at exit 26 north of Philadelphia, so you can go straight up through 95 there. Okay.
So that's a good deal. And I don't know. I guess the last thing I can report on is I went by the Hers potato chip factory there, and they apparently were frying taters, because boy, it smelled like tater chips out there on the highway. And I was thinking about trying to stop and fill up with some biodiesel or something, but other than that, it was kind of a little bit of salt there with that odor, and it would have been chip time. But anyways, that's neither here nor there at this point. But anyways, so as I say, we'll let you get back. Just so we check in real quick, because Pappy had made the request there.
That's correct. That's right. Make it official.
There you go. All right. Very good, Your Honor.
Have a good morning. I don't know about all those divers, but I think many of them, or most of them, I think they're like naval personnel. I had the story. I think we not hit on that last week. They're using sonar technology, because you can't really see squat in the water is so murky. And they've got, what they call it, the Navy's Coda Octopus, a sonar 3D imaging device that captures what the conventional camera cannot in that water. The Navy has joined the scores of local, state, and federal agencies working there in the Port of Baltimore to remove the bridge and the cargo. In addition to the Coda Octopus, the addition of that, when the Navy comes in, the new level of access and a new level of vision to move things forward there. The wreckage, they start off. They use the sonar, the information guides how to best rig and remove pieces in the 50-foot deep channel. As those pieces are brought up, it's placed on a barge. The Navy sent 3 barges, a 1,000-ton lift capacity derrick barge, that's the Chesapeake, along with a 200-ton lift capacity crane barge, the Farrell, and a 150-ton capacity crane barge, the Oyster Bay. The 4th barge, which was a 400-ton capacity, I believe arrived at some point last week. They do say about 135 naval personnel, 2 utility boats, and a rigged hull inflatable boat are all in Baltimore. Tugboats, 12 crane and support vessels have all arrived now. The Navy supervisor of salvage and diving leading that team, of the team of 20 on an emergency contract. Now, it said no active duty Navy divers are part of the salvage efforts. That's interesting. Okay, supervisors on land who direct the divers in the water kind of get a situational awareness of the wreckage thanks to that sonar and LIDAR systems. All right, so we shared already they laid out that timeline, planning to have a broader channel opened up by the end of this month, and things opened up to where they can pretty much get back to normal port operations by the end of May. That's pretty quick. It is 844-844-3388. Clear lines here on a Wednesday, hump day coming on. So, all right, back with other industry headlines after a federal appeals court ruled that certain truckers should be paid for sleeper berth time. CRST has decided to settle the case rather than challenge that benchmark ruling. Is this maybe a precedent setter? Closing out the final chapter of an 8-year-old lawsuit, CRST and a class of truck driver trainees have reached a settlement worth $2.5 million. The settlement affects team drivers that are seeking pay for the time they spent in the sleeper berth. Now, we'll kind of share how this has kind of all unfolded over the years. Back in December, the First Circuit Court of Appeals affirmed a lower court's finding that time spent in a sleeper berth beyond 8 hours is actually compensatable for team drivers. So anything over 8 hours. Again, more on that coming up, and clear lines at 844-844-3388. Hump Day coming on. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA News Update. The Michigan school shooter's parents, James and Jennifer Crumbley, received the maximum sentence for involuntary manslaughter. Tuesday, a judge handed each of them a 10 to 15-year prison term in a landmark case.
It is the sentence of this court, Ms. Crumbley, that you serve 10 to 15 years with the Michigan Department of Corrections.
The couple, convicted separately, faced charges related to their son's 2021 shooting rampage that resulted in the deaths of 4 students at Oxford High School. President Biden unveiled his administration's initiative to enhance the affordability of child and senior care. Speaking in Washington, D.C. Tuesday, he emphasized that the current cost of care is excessively high, while the compensation for care workers remains inadequate. The Deep South and sections of the Mississippi Valley are preparing for severe weather. Forecasters predict that intense thunderstorms will sweep through from eastern Texas to the southeast coast through Thursday. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
We recognize one man for a polling career that commanded respect every time Simon says so, and one who outfoxed his competition en route to 6 championships. All as we wrap up another great year with our Polling Hall of Fame inductions. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. The grand finale of every NTPA season since 1980 has been the announcement of inductees into the Polling Hall of Fame. This year's awards were sponsored by American Awards of Grove City, Ohio, and Weimer Fuel and Turbo of Sandy Lake, Pennsylvania. Our first 2023 inductee is Roger Simon of Farley, Iowa, the 1993, 1997, and 1998 Grand National two-wheel drive truck champion, all with the Simon Says Dodge. Mr. Simon passed in 2020. Accepting on his behalf are his sons Brandon and RJ and teammate Steve Olson.
Dad, he always had the attitude to win, and that's the attitude that he raised me and RJ to do. The only reason I got a diesel is after he passed, because no smokers, stay away from the smokers. So we had to wait a while before we got them, and can't thank everybody in NTPA enough, and my brother for everything he does, and our family, and this is a big honor, and I'm sure he's looking down on us.
My dad I wish he was here. I know he's watching down. He loved pulling. He was always, he had open heart surgery. When he came to, first thing he asked me was, how's my new chassis coming? And it's all he was looking forward to. He loved tractor pulling, truck pulling. He was a two-wheel drive guy. I'm proud to have that four-wheel drive running again. He'd always tell us, boys, work hard, play harder. You might think we're all crazy.
A long time ago, somebody asked Roger, how much does it cost to go pulling? Roger said, I don't know how much it costs. But none of the kids ever got in trouble, so I guess it's priceless.
Our second 2023 inductee is Dennis Horst of Chambersburg, Pennsylvania. Mr. Horse won 6 titles in the NTPA's Modified Mini Division over a span of 16 years, all with Red Fox. Mr. Horst officially retired from pulling after 50 years in the sport.
I started pulling in 1973, as you've seen with my dad's wheel horse, at my local county fair in my hometown, Chambersburg. Traveled to a tractor pull in Kinzer, Pennsylvania, where I saw my first mini rod with 2 Corvair engines in it. I had to have one. I was fortunate enough to get good advice from fellow pullers. As we all know, tractor pulling is a family sport. As Keith and I would travel, we had the privilege of staying at these people's homes. I have my family with me here tonight. My wife Tina, sons and daughters, Keith and Aaron, Kelly and Brad, Chris and Ashlyn. Tractor pulling allows you to be an engineer, a welder, a mechanic, a machinist, an engine builder, etc. in creating a vehicle to pull with. Tractor pulling provided me the opportunity to meet and make friends with hundreds of people all over a period of roughly 30 years on the national circuit. I was privileged to have traveled to 30 different states and Canada on the Grand National Circuit. Would I do anything different? No.
For a complete list of all of our 2023 award winners, visit ntpapull.com. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
Thank you much, Mr. Dunlap. Won't be long before, as we really get into the heart of spring and head into summertime, things will really begin heating up on the NTPA Poolin' Circuit. A lot of action around the country. All right, left off there with the case of CRST. I think we mentioned that back in December, the First Circuit Court of Appeals said, time spent in a sleeper berth beyond 8 hours is due compensation for team drivers. CRST then requested a rehearing, but that request was denied in February. So this sleeper berth settlement with truckers, the final nail in the coffin for a larger wage lawsuit that was filed back in 2016, they tell us. That lawsuit claimed that trainees for the mega carrier were not paid for hours worked while in training. It was back in December of 2020, CRST settled all the claims except for the sleeper berth claim. Now, that was a $12.5 million settlement. CRST was not willing to accept the district court's ruling allowing the sleeper berth claims to be included. But they did at the time supposedly set aside $2.5 million for those claims while it was appealed. Now, the lawsuit filed in 2016 was centered on the training program and trainee pay. During the program, CRST's training program broke down into 4 phases. Driver training school at least a week, orientation 3.5 days, over-the-road training while paired with a lead driver at those 28 days, then continuation training for 6 months or more. That lawsuit alleged trainees were not paid during Phase 1 or Phase 2. Rather, they accumulated debt through advances for tuition, lodging, drug test, and other fees. That debt was collected during the last phase at 1.5% interest rate each month. So during the final 2 phases, trainees were paid a per-mile rate for driving time, not compensated for loading, unloading time, or any other time working while the truck wasn't moving. Now, adjusting for that time, the lawsuit claimed trainees were being paid less than minimum wage. Lastly, the lawsuit sought wages for time spent in the sleeper berth. Specifically, trainees argued time in the sleeper berth in excess of 8 hours should be paid, since they were indeed limited on what they could do and where they could go, essentially putting them on an on-call status to perform work-related duties. So again, CRST ended up settling all the claims except that sleeper berth claim. They challenged that. Now, although they were willing to concede most of the wage claims, they decided they'd put up a fight against the sleeper berth time, which they have now lost. Plaintiffs in the case argued that since drivers are confined to that restrictive environment of the sleeper berth, such time predominantly benefited the employer. The minimum height of the sleeper berth, a mere 24 inches, as measured from the top of the masses installed in the berth, meaning the drivers would obviously struggle to stand or even sit up in bed in the sleeper berth. The driver in the sleeper berth is also constantly in constant proximity to the noise of the truck's engine, reducing their ability to sleep, relax, or engage in any kind of leisure activities of their choice. In short, CRST's argument that the driver's time is their own because they can use it as they wish is unpersuasive, considering the driver's physical confinement in a restrictive space that is ill-equipped for nearly any activity. So, losing the fight on the sleeper berth claims that the $2.5 million they set aside about 3 years ago will now be awarded to plaintiffs. Settlement details still have to be submitted to the court, they say, which will have to approve the plan before funds would be dispersed. I have no idea how many trainees would have been involved ultimately. $2.5 million. How many ways are we going to have to cut that piece of the pie up? And how much will an individual driver ultimately walk away with? Most times these things, it's almost laughable what you end up taking home at the end of the day, But all right, our number 844-844-3388. What's happening with Mr. Scarecrow this morning?
Well, Steve, I, too, was a recipient of that pretty unique solar eclipse photo there that I don't know if it's a case one had to be there or how that plays out because, I did not see that on the photos across the network television and such, but that, Steve, would kind of explain all the shouts and the cheering and the clapping and the hoots and the hollers that we heard. That is a rather unique, scenario there. And everybody knows that the moon has these peaks, and there's also valleys on the moon too there, Steve. So, I also, Steve, I received a photo of the sunlit side of that very moon.
You did?
And, I did. And, I'll shout out to, the deputy dog down there. You might want to share that with Steve if you haven't already there. But I figure that shot was either from the Skylab or one of them telescopes we have floating around out there somewhere that they're rather unique. But, so anyway, some more frivolity here. Over the weekend, I dwell into Pinterest every once in a while. My bride, she got me hooked on that. I used to think it was just flowers and home decor, that type of stuff, but you can get into anything and everything, and it's easy to trip down a rabbit hole. Well, I run across it. It was a photo of it said a 3-turbo diesel explosion. I thought that just begs to, check that out. Well, remember, I think it would be the end of the 22 diesel drag season. Remember the Fire Punk guys? They, after the drag, they put it on the chassis dyno there, and they did everything they could to destroy that motor.
Tried to blow the darn thing up, but couldn't blow it up.
Yeah, they opened up the jets for the nitrous, and I think they maybe cranked the boost up even higher. But anyway, I checked this video out. I don't recall the guy that had posted it, but he made reference to the Fire Punk crew. Well, this was apparently out of their dyno room, and it was a 3-turbo motor before they cranked it. And unfortunately, the sound was not there when that motor let go. But, when all was said and done, you had a real nice view of the crank and what was left of the pistons and rods, but that's all that was left in the video. It was kind of a pretty pretty unsightly if you were paying the bill for that, that damage. But regardless, I guess we should be comforting knowing that the fire punk guys did figure out a way to destroy a diesel motor. Beyond that, last night, Santa Claus, he had that report on the gasoline price in Sacramento. Well, so I sent, right after, during the show, I sent a message to my kids in South Korea there. And, you guys might want to prepare yourselves for when you do get home. Now, it's still about a year and a half out, but... and their home is in Roseville. Now, that's just a burb of Sacramento. So, Santa Claus, if you're listening, Stewie says there is $5 gas, available in Roseville somewhere. I think he maybe gets, I don't know if it's Gas Buddy or whatever that would keep him updated. But yeah, he, it was a little different than when we were over there, Steve. We gassed up. There was a station just off base, just outside the main gate. And if I remember right, it was about 3.5 a gallon, 3.40 a gallon, which was unique because all the other stations that I saw were, I believe, in liters. But what was kind of intriguing, they had 4 grades of gas, and their premium was 95 octane. And the next grade down, 92 octane. And keep in mind, they don't have to mess with all that ethanol and crap over there that we have to. So there's a quality of gas to be had at a fairly reasonable price. Although I think there may be some subsidies too involved. I'd have to research as to whether it's refined, in the country, or if it's all shipped as a finished product. I don't recall that, but now I say when they have about a year and a half left. Now that's provided that Stewie finds his way back to Osan. He had a little issue with his plane. That was last Friday, and he had to put it down at an airstrip / base that's non-conformal. I could throw up several red flags here, but I can't do that. But either way, as of yesterday, he still was not back. When he landed, when he put it down, he had his suit, his pressure suit, and the long underwear underneath it. That's all he had with him. So, but they got a supply plane in and parts and a ground crew and everything else needed to do the repairs. But as far as I know, he's still out in Wonderland there.
Wow.
Let's see. Anything else? Yeah, I think we'll save it for the rest of the story. I should be able to bring up on the tail end of the program here. We got to go to work in a minute.
All right.
Anyway, so that's what we got now.
Very good. Hey, thank you, Scarecrow. That's a non-conformal. What would that mean? I think they need a pretty lengthy runway to land that aircraft, I do believe. So might have been quite the task getting that thing down. Non-conformal. It's 844-844-3388. Plenty of room for you here on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
There was a story that memory serves, I think I had forwarded the video. It was actually a local weather forecaster somewhere out the coastal areas of California. I think the forecasters, they're pointing at the screen and showing here's what they're seeing on the radar. And in this particular clip, there was a bunch of what appeared to be precip off the coast of California. And he said, just disregard that. That's military. Military's doing some experimentation or something. And I said that to him. I said, what the hell are they doing? I think Pappy kind of referred back. They're doing maybe they're doing cloud seeding or messing with Mother Nature. I'm assuming that may indeed have been the story because we come across this past day, the Blaze, which says the USS Hornet may be a decommissioned aircraft carrier, yet it has nonetheless become the launch site for a controversial new war in the skies. The Marine Cloud Brightening Program's Coastal Atmospheric Aerosol Research and Engagement Project, that's a mouthful, led by researchers from the University of Washington, took to the deck of the Hornet Tuesday to launch streams of particles into the sky above the San Francisco Bay. The ultimate objective is apparently to block and reflect sunlight in the hopes of limiting global warming. I gave you the full name, the Coastal Atmospheric blah, blah, blah. CARE researchers, it's CAARE, CARE research behind the geoengineering scheme opted not to announce their experiment, reportedly citing concerns that there might be some significant backlash. After all, the American public, or at the very least the residents of Alameda, might first want to hear from the hundreds of scientists who have called for a non-use agreement for solar radiation management and stated in an open letter that the risks of solar engineering, in other words, playing with Mother Nature, are poorly understood and can never be fully known. Impacts will vary across regions. There are uncertainties about the effects on weather patterns, agriculture, and the provision of basic needs of food and water, they say. Now, what is the experiment? Clouds bounce some of the sun's rays back into space, right? This supposedly helps cool temperatures locally. It's cooler on a cloudy day, duh. University of Washington's Department of Atmospheric Research conceded that fossil fuel emissions and other human activities have long generated aerosols in the atmosphere that mix in with low-altitude clouds, causing them to brighten and reflect more sunlight, which has a cooling effect on the Earth's climate. I think most people are aware that there's a greenhouse gas effect that warms climate. What most people aren't aware of is that the particles that we've also been producing and adding to the atmosphere offset some of the climate warming. So for the overall effect is one of climate warming, but it would be a lot more without that particulate pollution. Now, with climate alarmists concerned over global temperature increases and the war on fossil fuels sure to rob the clouds of a contributing brightener, Some scientists are keen to pump out aerosols of their own. The lead UW scientist running the Cloud Project noted on his university blog, the team at the CARE facility have developed a cloud aerosol research instrument. This device, which has multiple nozzles and kind of resembles a snowmaker, can apparently fire trillions of salt particles into the air. Once emitted, such particles would only remain airborne in the atmosphere for a few days, they say. Wood tells the San Francisco Chronicle, simulations project that if 15% of Earth's marine clouds were artificially brightened, the planet might cool by about 1 degree. According to the New York Times, CARE researchers used their device last week aboard the USS Hornet, firing particles and testing to make sure their cloud brightening machine would function as desired outside the lab. The next step of research would entail actually attempting to meddle with the clouds off the coast of California. Wow. Okay. There's a lot of uncertainties. So back in 2017, a study published in Nature Communications indicated aerosols released just into the northern hemisphere could possibly even lead to an increase in droughts, hurricanes, and storms elsewhere.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. President Biden unveiled his administration's initiative to enhance the affordability of child and senior care. Speaking in Washington, D.C. Tuesday, he emphasized that the current cost of care is excessively high, while the compensation for care workers remains inadequate.
Care workers and caregivers are critical to our families and to the entire economy. That's why, as a candidate, as president, I was determined to turn things around. We made progress, but there's so much more that we have to do. So much more.
The president's latest budget proposal encompasses measures such as expanding paid family leave, reducing child care expenses, and extending the child care tax credit. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin stated during a Senate Armed Services Committee hearing that there is no evidence supporting the claim that Israel is committing genocide in Gaza.
Senator Cotton, we don't have any evidence of genocide being created.
So that's a no. Israel's not committing genocide in Gaza.
We don't have evidence of that, to
Thank
my
you.
knowledge. Yeah.
He also refrained from labeling Hamas's October terrorist attack on Israel as genocide, though he did classify it as a war crime. The Michigan school shooter's parents, James and Jennifer Crumley, received the maximum sentence for involuntary manslaughter. Tuesday, a judge handed each of them a 10 to 15-year prison term in a landmark case. The couple, convicted separately, faced charges related to their son's 2021 shooting rampage that resulted in the deaths of 4 students at Oxford High School north of Detroit. Norfolk Southern has agreed to pay a $600 million settlement to address class action claims arising from the February 2023 train derailment in East Palestine, Ohio. The railroad clarified that the settlement does not imply any admission of wrongdoing or liability. And the Deep South and sections of the Mississippi Valley are preparing for severe weather. Forecasters say intense thunderstorms will sweep through from eastern Texas to the southeast coast through Thursday. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real, aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Donald Trump will not get a change of venue for his hush money trial in New York. Trump's attorneys could not convince appeals judges that Trump might not get a fair trial there. Trump is facing charges of falsifying business records in order to cover up a tryst with adult film actress Stormy Daniels back before the 2016 election. Relations with China are improving. Here's USA's Corey Myers with more.
Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen wrapped up her second trip to China in 9 months. The trip meant to address trade disputes between the world's largest economies as the two sides tried to stabilize relations following a summit between U.S. President Joe Biden and Chinese leader Xi Jinping last November. Yellen feels that actually is happening.
We've greatly deepened our relationships, and I feel our relationship in this economic sphere is in a much better place.
The Arizona Supreme Court has upheld an abortion ban dating back to the Civil War. Governor Katie Hobbs previously criticized the 2022 ban as extreme. Now she's stating that enforcing the Civil War law would only add chaos for women and doctors.
I am calling on the legislature to do the right thing right now and repeal this 1864 ban and protect access to reproductive health care.
The recent law prohibits abortion after 15 weeks with exceptions for maternal life risk, with the 1864 law banning all abortions. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
thank you much. Another hour underway. Welcome back. Welcome aboard. For those just joining us, maybe it's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Yes, indeed, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. A little light rain outside the bunker tonight. More on our traveler's weather, brought to you by Big Daddy Walker Productions this morning. We had touched earlier, it's the southeast, from Texas to much of Mississippi for the upcoming day that's under the gun. Could see numerous tornadoes late afternoon and even into the evening and possibly overnight hours, which we'll be here to cover for you live come Thursday morning. But as we move toward Thursday, so we're looking ahead, same storm that start bringing severe weather and torrential rain to the southern states on Monday. Begins to pivot northeastward, setting off more severe weather from the mid-Atlantic coast to the Midwest on Thursday. Could see some heavy, gusty storms maybe rolling through New England before the end of the week as well. If you got outdoor plans, you might want to do more than just dodge the raindrops and the flooding in the Midwest and Northeast, as severe weather may ramp up quickly Thursday, bringing locally damaging, dangerous conditions to the full spectrum of weather anticipated from Virginia and Maryland to eastern Kentucky and much of Ohio. Areas at risk come Thursday now. We're looking ahead. It's only Wednesday morning, Thursday, from Washington, D.C. to Norfolk, Virginia, Pittsburgh, Charleston, West Virginia, Cleveland, Cincinnati, and Columbus, Ohio, further to the west. Charleston, West Virginia was rocked by severe thunderstorms, packing high winds late last week. We saw collapsed roofs, knocked over trees, radio towers, widespread power outages. Flash flooding will be a concern as well. Now, areas that see some of the stronger storms, powerful wind gusts, and hail winds, reaching possible hurricane threshold, 74 miles per hour in the mid-Atlantic and the Midwest zones. Some of the Midwest storms could see winds approaching 80 miles per hour. Wow. I mean, you could get big-time straight-line wind damage. The Midwest region, portions of western Pennsylvania, West Virginia, and the Virginia Panhandle, has a somewhat greater risk of tornadoes versus the zone in Virginia and part of Delmarva. Even the Mid-Atlantic zone has the potential to produce a couple tornadoes, especially around the Chesapeake Bay. The severe weather for the Midwest is going to erupt near the center of the storm system, while severe storms extend at least as far to the north as Maryland and Delaware and the Mid-Atlantic. Heavy gusty storms may continue along that front further to the north into the northeast. Now, they say even though storms may be below the official severe wind criteria, gusts may still be strong enough to bring down trees and power lines from Philadelphia to New York City on Thursday, and then later on to Hartford, Connecticut, Boston, and Portland, Maine, Thursday night into Friday. It's an active period right now. Even though the period of strong coastal winds will be occurring a few days after the new moon, when tides are astronomically high, there's the likelihood of some minor to moderate coastal flooding Thursday into Friday, stretching from North Carolina to Maine during the high tide cycles. All right, soon after those winds flip around to the west and northwest later Friday and Friday night, those coastal waters are going to recede. Tides may dip below the published levels for a time as we head toward the weekend. Well, good morning, Knucklebuster. What's happening? Hump Day.
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. Well, I want to apologize. I pulled an eagle on you last night. I slept through the whole show last night. So
dirty dog.
My bad there. Father Steve, please forgive me. Did you get that email of Tennessee 35-millimeter camera that I sent you?
I did indeed, yes. You got a good shot.
Yeah, nice shot, wasn't it? She got a whole lot more, so I just couldn't send all of them, I guess, there. Well, let's get on with this baloney here. Science is just a study of a subject. they don't know Jack or Jill Sam Houston Institute of Technology. They just studying something, right?
Mm-hmm.
And if you look at your doctor's diploma on his wall, it says the practice of medicine. They're not an expert. They're just practicing there, Steve. Well, I broke down in Austin, Texas. That's why I went to sleep on you there Monday afternoon. The main discharge on the truck's compressor blew out at 1:30 Monday afternoon. I'm driving around a parking lot trying to find the consignee. I'm not paying attention to the gauges, so I don't know what the compressor did. I couldn't find the consignee. Well, they were moved across the street, but apparently nobody knew that. But guess what, Steve? They were closed for the national holiday, Monday, Eclipse Day there. So I asked my travel agent, did you not make a courtesy to call, see where they were going to be open? He said, well, was I supposed to?
Uh-oh.
It'd have been a damn good idea if you had, Brett. Well, I mentioned I broke down at 1:30 Monday afternoon. Now, there is a Freightliner dealer in Austin. Take a guess at who they called to come repair this brand new Freightliner with 56,000 miles on it, Steve.
Who would that be?
Mad Dog Mobile Repair.
Okay.
They took the hose off of the truck. You know when they showed back up to replace it? 10:45 Tuesday morning. So that didn't work out too well, but I finally got unloaded and took off to get my backhaul back to Memphis. I drove 15 miles and I was back on the shoulder again. Compressor was building up to 150 PSI plus, and the air dryer was not purging. I was told to park. It could do more damage. It could blow the entire brake system out.
Uh-oh.
Well, guess who they called to repair the truck again? See, good old Mad Dog. They removed the air dryer, and they took off again. He showed up back here about dark. So, but they replaced it with an off-brand. Said he told me he couldn't speak English. He had a translator on his phone, and he kept speaking El Spaniel to it, and then I'd read it, and I'd talk back to him that way, the same way. But guess what? It still pumps up to 150 pounds. You know what they told me to do this time? Just drive it on home.
Okay.
I guess if the brakes goes out, it just goes out there. You know who Joey Gase is?
Does not ring a bell.
He's a NASCAR driver, but not just any NASCAR driver. On March the 30th, during the Toyota Care 250 at Richmond, Gase ripped the bumper off of his car after wrecking out of the race and threw it at a passing car. And now he has been rewarded for that display of frustration with a new sponsorship. Wouldn't you guess it? It's a bumper company. Bumpers that deliver. Now, how about that, see? But he still got a $5,000 fine there from NASCAR there. And but he's going to wind up a lot better than Morgan Wallen did after being arrested for reckless endangerment after throwing a chair from the rooftop of a 6-story bar in popular Broadway district of Nashville on Sunday night, there, the police said. Well, it just so happened they're trying to bring felony charges against him because the chair landed real close to Barney Fife there. So, and then I read where Winona Judd's daughter got arrested for indecent exposure. Now, a naked NEWK by God ID woman is not indecent exposure. I don't care if it's a small woman, medium woman, or a big old hefty woman. As long as she's got a pair of Hooters, big ass sandwich in her hand, and a meow stuck out there, I'm going to look and say, damn it, girl.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, no, that's right. Well, I read on the Babylon Bee that NASA sends a rover to search for intelligent life on the View. And them NFL refs were prepping for next season by staring at the eclipse. So they'll be able to call the plays better there, right? And then here's the one for the money, buddy. Them electric vehicles is a massive departure from the internal combustion model. that's made even clearer by the Silverado EV RST, which Chevy confirmed on Wednesday will cost you. Are you sitting down, Steve?
Yes, yeah, luckily.
Yeah, $96,495 with delivery starting mid-year.
Okay.
And that's
I'll take
that's
two.
a bunch of I wouldn't spend that much money on a regular Silverado, so let alone the electric one there. Well, that's all my bull on it for this morning. I'm going to pull another eagle on you since I'm technically broke down. I still build up to 150 PSI, but they'll decide what they want to do with me in the morning. And one of them tonight told me, he said, well, if we'd have sent you over to Freightliner, you'd have been over 2 days. I said, hell, I've already been here 2 days. So.
The thrills of being a truck driver, Knucklebuster. All right, good luck. Get that thing rolling again. Yeah, I saw the Winona's daughter story. I think she's 27 years old. Yeah, she got some issues. She needs some help. And I saw the mug shot. She needs some help. It's the whole drugs thing. Then Morgan Whalen, I wouldn't be a bit surprised if he finds himself in a treatment facility here in short order. He's going to need some help. Because this wasn't the first. I mean, alcohol will lead you to do some stupid things. We all know. But right now facing 3 felony counts, as it was like opening weekend at Eric Church's new bar in Nashville. It was the Chief's Bar, which is a rooftop bar. A 6-story building. Why would he throw a chair off the roof? Obviously, I'm guessing he was drunk. Let's do something. Here, hold my beer. I'm going to do something stupid. That chair hit the ground about 3 feet from where 2 police officers were standing on Broadway. Staff members at the bar told police who threw the chair. Again, 6 stories high. They reviewed footage of the incident that showed Whalen laughing, throwing the chair off the roof. So the 30-year-old charged with 3 counts of reckless endangerment, 1 count of disorderly conduct, posted the bond of $15,250, released from the Davidson County Jail about 3:30 that morning. Scheduled to appear in court May the 3rd. He's playing a concert in Nashville's Nissan Stadium on May the 3rd. Yeah, part of the One Night at a Time tour. His attorney said 10:53 p.m. Sunday evening, Morgan was arrested downtown, reckless endangerment, disorderly conduct. He's cooperating with authorities. He had just enjoyed the grand opening of the Chief's Bar that was happening over the weekend. That's not his first run-in. Back in May of 2020, arrested hit with intoxication and disorderly conduct charges after being kicked out of Kid Rock's big-ass honky-tonk, the steakhouse in downtown Nashville. 2016, he was charged with DUI, but that case was dismissed. We'll see what comes his way. I don't think they're going to throw the book at him, but Morgan may need a little help, if you know what I mean. It's 844-844-3388. We'll return after this, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Did you know gas goes bad in as little as 30 days? Bad gas can cause rough starts, poor performance, or no starts at all. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Whether it's your car, truck, boat, lawnmower, leaf blower, weed trimmer, ATV, motorcycle, or anything else with an engine, when you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All righty, what do we have? 844-844-3388. Plenty of room for you. Kind of quiet for a Wednesday morning here. I get to Philip coming up here. Knuckle Buster brought up what was that? The Silverado, $96,000 for an electric. Who's going to afford that? Yeah, like I said, I'll take two. I guess we get to do our nightly update on how things are not coming together in the electric vehicle world. The latest polling from Gallup shows the public support for transitioning to EVs continues to drop and has dropped by quite a bit since just last year. Normal people are not surprised by this. 7% of Americans, up from 4% a year ago, report that they own an electric vehicle. But that increase is matched by an equal decline in the percentage saying they're seriously consider buying one. That went from 12% down to 9%. Fewer Americans, now just 35%, down from 43% last year, said that they might even consider buying one in the future. Thus, even as some people have moved ahead with their intent to buy an EV in the past year, public demand has contracted. And here's where things get really ugly. Less than half of adults, 44%, now say that they're either seriously considering or might consider buying one. That's down from 53% last year. Those who say they will never buy an EV is up now from 41% to 48%, nearly half the population. I will not buy one of those damn things. Now, this fairly dramatic change occurred over a single year. Generally, a movement of this size occurs over several years' time, not one, according to Gallup. So what changed? Well, the idea of owning an EV is much more appealing than the reality. With the help of the corrupt corporate media, the Biden administration put the pedal to the metal to create a bandwagon effect around the EV, mainly as a way to distract people from the sky-high gas prices. For a while, it worked. Yeah, a lot of people gave the electric vehicle some serious thought. Purchases increased and interest. So what likely happened from there between 23 and this year, people began to research electric vehicles and discovered the truth that just how impractical they are. First, it's the upfront cost to purchase one. Maintenance will cost a lot more if you need a repair. The weight eats your tires up faster. Tires are not cheap. Then there's the risk and the inconvenience. You always have to worry about finding a charging station. Then you have to worry if the damn thing's even operable. Then you have to worry if there's a line waiting. Then you have to wait around for about an hour for your vehicle to charge. Yeah, what is the upside? To which he says, I don't see it. If you have the money, the EV, it's okay, it's a status symbol, right? No one's going to be surprised that something else Gallup found is that the electric vehicles are more attractive to those who make six-figure incomes. If you have a regular commute that doesn't deviate, it might make sense because you know you're going to be back home to plug in before you run out of juice. Nevertheless, and by design, life is as routine as it gets. But this guy said over the weekend, I had to drive 7 hours to and from an appearance on Timcast IRL. The drive was exhausting, even without having to worry about finding a charging station. Now, the drive was long enough without having to wait for a charge. So, to me, an electric vehicle makes no sense. I don't see how they help the environment when most of the electricity used to charge them comes from burning fossil fuels. And, of course, I do not believe the whole climate change argument anyway. The EV sales boom is tapering off. The fact of the matter is pretty much everybody who ever wanted to purchase one has. And I don't see the EV becoming mainstream until charging is fast and as convenient as simply gassing up your existing vehicle. The opinions, I mean, it's not going the direction that the administration hoped it would. Matter of fact, going the opposite way. All right, mention we'll get to Philip coming up here. Vic's going to be checking in here. What do you got on your mind this morning? Meanwhile, will we find out here later today? Mayorkas, Alejandro Mayorkas. Now, I think Chuck Schumer, he hasn't said much in recent days about how the Senate's going to handle the impeachment trial, or will there even be one? Multiple media outlets are reporting that Democrats plan to pretty much just dismiss the charges before any trial commences. Now, they have several options at their disposal to maybe short-circuit a trial, including either tabling the charges or dismissing them. And they only need a simple majority to do that. Obviously, Senate Republicans persuaded the House Speaker to delay until Monday the delivery of the articles to the Senate to try and buy more time to pressure Democrats to actually hold a trial, according to the Washington Examiner. Now, the articles were scheduled to be delivered, I guess, on Wednesday. The chamber's number 3 Democrats said this past day that the majority is going to treat Mayorkas' impeachment with the seriousness it deserves, which is, it's not serious, it's completely political. In other words, they're going to dismiss. If that, maybe we'll find out later today.
USA News Update. The Michigan school shooter's parents, James and Jennifer Crumbly, received the maximum sentence for involuntary manslaughter. Tuesday, a judge handed each of them a 10 to 15-year prison term in a landmark case.
It is the sentence of this court, Ms. Crumbly, that you serve 10 to 15 years with the Michigan Department of Corrections.
The couple, convicted separately, faced charges related to their son's 2021 shooting rampage that resulted in the deaths of 4 students at Oxford High School. President Biden unveiled his administration's initiative to enhance the affordability of child and senior care. Speaking in Washington, D.C. Tuesday, he emphasized that the current cost of care is excessively high, while the compensation for care workers remains inadequate. The Deep South and sections of the Mississippi Valley are preparing for severe weather. Forecasters predict that intense thunderstorms will sweep through from eastern Texas to the southeast coast through Thursday. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Product claims without proof.
every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, for those going to be rolling through Cincinnati, Northern Kentucky, the Brents is southbound later this morning. Heads up. According to the Kentucky Transportation Cabinet, the Brent Spence Bridge crossing the Ohio River. The transportation maintenance crew is going to be tackling some problem spots. Starting, again, southbound, starting this morning, about 9 a.m. This is going to require what they call rolling roadblocks. Shouldn't last more than about an hour. Traffic will be temporarily slowed and at times stopped so crews can patch potholes safely on the bridge. So, sorry about the temporary inconvenience, but that will improve safety along the I-70-175 corridor for the hundreds of thousands of folks who take that stretch every week. So, indeed, expect delays, plan your ahead before your trip. Yeah, a lot of folks headed maybe to the Northern Kentucky International Airport since it's a CVG. If you got a flight and you want to arrive early enough, plan ahead. You may want to take 275 around, something like that. But, yes, so there you go. Thanks for the heads up there. Philip's on board this Wednesday. Happy Hump Day. What's going on?
Hey, buddy. You're talking about them EVs. I think a lot of it has been a status symbol. You know, you got kind of a sign you're making money if you buy a Tesla.
Yeah.
But I think a lot of those folks are learning now that, you know, it costs a lot to have something like that. You know, you have to maintain it just like any other car or any vehicle or whatever. But the expense of it is it's pricey. I mean, it's out there. It's, you know, I just don't think the technology is along to go full bore EV right now. I think we could go hybrid and keep going. I wish that they would look at that a little bit more with the trucks out there instead of going straight EV with the truck. Because the hybrid system is a lot more understandable about what's going on today, because if you look at it, Steve, the amount of vehicles we got out there that are a combustion engine, those got to go somewhere if we go totally EV. And we ain't going to be able to ever. I think the biggest thing is we all cannot afford the technology. It's well above our means, and there's a lot of people out there that have put themselves in the drink for a Tesla. You know, because they got to have a Tesla, just like an iPhone. I got to have an iPhone. You know, that kind of type of thing. And I think it's a bunch of junk to sell. Just got to look at what's going on. You know? I mean, I'm getting right now, I'm getting 42 miles a gallon in my car just the way it is. And why aren't people looking at that economic level going here? How many of your car makers have looked at trying to save fuel, Steve? Do you see that anymore on the cars that they have out there?
Right.
You don't see that no more, do you?
No.
Everybody is, I've got to go EV. I've got to go EV. And what's funny about the whole situation is a lot of folks could save a lot of fuel if they just learn how to drive right. You know, you could save anywhere from 3 to 5 miles a gallon in a car. I'm not talking in a truck, in a car. If you drive correctly, watch your braking, watch your throttle, you know, and get your foot off the gas. If you go on long stretches, use your cruise control if you know you're going to go a long stretch. Now, with the trucks, you can do the same thing back in the day with your shifting. If you knew how to shift right, you knew how to keep everything right, you could get 7 miles to the gallon back when the trucks were only getting 5 to 6 miles a gallon, if you knew how you were doing it. Same way with the auto trans they have now with the trucks. If you know how to throw your power in the right spot and know how to use it and utilize your power, you can save a lot of fuel. So what's your thoughts, Steve?
You know, put your Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme or Diesel Extreme. That'll help. That'll do some additional fuel economy too. Don't forget that.
Oh, absolutely. I do know with the vehicles, with the cars, you can save about 5 miles to the gallon if you know, with the Hot Shot Secret. Right now, I'm on the back side of my test with the Hot Shot. I'm on the test side of the test where I'm trying it without it to see how I can do. And now, I can tell you right now, without it, it's about 5 miles to the gallon. Okay, that's a considerable savings when you drive a long distance in a vehicle. Semis, I would like to see how some of the testing has been with the semis on it. But I will let you know this much. I will be going back to Hot Shot again. It saved me a lot of fuel. You know, I mean, I'm doing 42 miles a gallon right now. Without it, I could be doing 47 miles a gallon with it. So, and I could be doing 50. If you watch everything's correct, you can do 50 with it. The thing I noticed about Hot Shot, Steve, is it has a lot to do with heat. Has Chris ever mentioned or talked about that, Steve? If you get the product, when the product gets hot, it keeps working better. Has he talked about that anyway?
I think they have talked about, yeah. I mean, obviously the heat normally causes expansion, and I guess it's reducing the friction. So
yes, what I seen down here with it, on a colder day, the mileage would go down a little bit. Okay, but in like a hot day, like a really hot day, Like when I was getting those 50 miles to the gallon days, that was a hot day. I'm talking hot day. You know, we're talking 90 plus degrees in the ambient air temperature. You know, and it's a good product. I mean, I strongly tell anybody, hey, I talked to my friend the other day. We were talking about the 2-cycle oil the other day, about the stabilization of that.
Right.
You know, and I talked to my friend about it. He's actually going to go get the Sta-Bil, I believe it was 360 we talked about. He's going to do the 360 for his motorbikes.
You know, and the one thing you brought that up the other day. And the one thing I did want to mention, the Sta-Bil 360, whereas the Sta-Bil storage keeps the gas fresh for like 2 years, the 360 is like it's 1 year rather than 2 years for the 360. Keeps it fresh for 1 year.
Yeah. Well, his big problem is he don't want to drain the tank on the bike. He uses the bike, he just doesn't do it. It's not utilized every weekend, if you know what I mean, Steve. And the biggest problem that we have is a lot of those older bikes have those rubber lines, and down here we have a problem with them, the ethanol and the fuel eating up the lines. I'm not sure how it is up north with y'all's weather, but down here we have a big problem with it. He's been running into it a lot. And what really stinks about it is it's taking these it's taking out these like micro particle pieces of rubber, and it's sending it through the carburetor. Okay? Now think about this. When you have a jet in a carburetor, you're looking at thousandths of an inch that sprays coming out the fuel, that when it atomizes and everything. And you throw a micro piece of rubber through that and it clogs it up, it ain't gonna work. You know what I mean?
Right.
It just throws it in, it messes up it. And it's also going into the cylinder. You know, a lot of people don't think about that. When stuff goes into that cylinder, you're contaminating your pistons, your liners in your cylinder, the whole shot. And I mean, that's one of the big things with diesel engines. Getting that coolant in that cylinder, that tears the crap out of them liners. You know, and I mean, ask old Cue Ball about his aftercooler that he just replaced on his truck, and that was a pretty expensive proposition to buy. You know, I mean, it's expensive. He spent a lot of money to replace an aftercooler just because he had coolant going into a cylinder. It was nasty. If you get a chance, watch his videos. And if Cue Ball's listening, hey, buddy, if you need another aftercooler, you need to go to Icebox out in Oregon. That's the name of the company. And check with those folks. Get another aftercooler, man. They make real good stuff. So that's all I pretty much got for today, Steve. And y'all have a good one and happy Hump Day.
All right. Hey, good to hear from you. Thanks for checking in as always here on a Hump Day, right? I think I mentioned earlier, I think Mindy actually shared this last week on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive page, the official, on Facebook. But if memory serves, it was from Aero Trucking. Driving a semi, it's not easy. Professional drivers face numerous challenges on the road. The diversity and the challenge, that's what draws many drivers to the career. From adverse weather conditions to heavy traffic, driver fatigue, driving a semi requires a high level of skill, attention, and resilience. Now, they said, what are the 5 biggest challenges that you might face? They said, here's what we think. Do you agree? Number 1, severe weather conditions. One of the most significant challenges is driving in weather. Snowstorms, heavy rain, high winds, icy roads, other extreme weather events make driving hazardous, reduce visibility, increased risk of accidents. Truck drivers have to be well prepared for changing patterns and ensure their vehicles are equipped to handle those adverse conditions. Proper training and the use of advanced safety technologies are crucial to minimizing the impact of severe weather. It's also unpredictable and changes rapidly. Skilled, experienced drivers know that keeping track of the weather is critical. So that was their number one. Heavy traffic and congestion, number two on the list. Traffic jams, not only frustrating for commuters, but particularly challenging for semi-truck drivers. Long-haul truckers often face delays, construction zones, accidents, congested highways. Maneuvering a large, heavy vehicle through tight spaces and stop-and-go traffic requires a level of skill and patience. Traffic-related delays impacting delivery schedules, affecting the efficiency of the entire supply chain. Heavy traffic's just a bad situation for drivers from any angle you look at it. Number three, they had driver fatigue. Long hours on the road, irregular schedules, pressure to meet those delivery deadlines, all come together for a perfect storm that gives rise to a pervasive issue in the industry, driver fatigue. The silent threat poses significant risk for both truckers and the general public. The demanding nature of this profession often leads drivers to endure extended periods behind the wheel, pushing the boundaries of their physical and mental endurance. Irregular schedules combined with the expectation of timely deliveries, it is all a breeding ground for fatigue. The monotonous nature of long-haul routes exacerbates the problem. Drivers contend with the mental strain of unchanging landscape and extended periods of concentration. If unaddressed, it'll take a toll on your cognitive functions. Your reaction time slow. The ability to make quick, accurate decisions diminishes. This impairment significantly elevates the risk of accidents, not only endangering the driver, but posing a threat to the road users. The consequences of a fatigued driver operating a large, heavy vehicle are grave. Oddly enough, they said regulatory measures like hours of service rules have been implemented to mitigate fatigue. When the rubber hits the road, the reality is they're actually increasing the issue of fatigue, driving fatigue, because you got that clock ticking. You can't take a break. You got to get that delivery schedule, right? Drivers are more pushing themselves. Number four, they had poor road conditions. You find yourself contending with the harsh reality of poorly maintained roads and inadequate infrastructure, a.k.a. heat waves call just last week when he was bouncing down the interstate. What state was that in? I mean, literally said it was beating the hell out of him. I think Scarecrow shared something similar. The challenge is presented by potholes, uneven services, low light, insufficient signage, all affecting the vehicle's integrity, safety, and overall well-being of both the driver and your cargo. The menace of potholes and uneven roads is a constant adversary for truck drivers. All right, what was number five? The parking, the lack of adequate parking. Finding sustainable parking spaces is a persistent challenge for the long-haul driver. In fact, the shortage of safe, secure spaces, a major contributor to fatigue and stress. Limited parking often forces drivers to exceed their hours of service limits, violating regulations, compromising safety. Addressing this issue requires collaboration between government agencies, private business, and the trucking industry to create more rest areas and more parking facilities. They did have a couple of honorable mentions, didn't make the top five. Mechanical breakdowns. Hello, Knucklebuster. He's sitting, where's he been stuck for 2 days? Mechanical breakdowns can occur unexpectedly, causing delays, but safety hazards. Let's see, navigation challenges, honorable mention. Navigating through unfamiliar routes or dealing with outdated GPS. Confusion, frustration. Accurate and up-to-date navigation systems are crucial to ensure drivers reach their destination safely. And last but not least, cargo handling and the loading and unloading delays. I would think that would be more should be in the top 5 in my book. Delays in loading and unloading can impact your driver's schedule, long wait times at shipping and receiving docks, contributing to inefficiencies, increasing the overall stress on drivers. And then keep in mind, in most cases, not all, but in most cases, it's that loading, unloading time you're not compensated for, right? What do you think? Top 5 from Aero Trucking.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yes, indeed. How we doing out there? Hump Day coming on. What do you say, Vic?
You just reminded me why I really didn't want to ever go back on the road there. You're talking about all that stuff, that all the problems you run into, and kind of when Mega Millions got up to over $1 billion the other day, I stopped at Mr. Fuel here in Indianapolis to buy a lottery ticket. And the woman behind the counter, I don't know what came up, because something came up about trucking, and she said, "Oh, you have a CDL?" And I said, "No, I have one." I said, "Indiana didn't want to cancel my CDL. They gave me this goofy thing that says that I can deliver the DoorDash and be a contract carrier and all this other stuff like couriers." And she said, "Oh, well, there's this place here in Indianapolis. You can make $1,400 a week delivering drugs to nursing homes and stuff." And I said, "No." I said, "I'm really not interested." And as she kept talking, I'm thinking to myself, I have to supply my own car. And I thought I'd be lucky to take home $300 a week clear because of the way it was set up.
Mm-hmm.
And then she mentioned logistics was in the name, and I found out a long time ago that when they throw out logistics, what they're doing is they're writing a contract for themselves, which is pretty fat, and then they're trying to figure out how cheaply they can get somebody else to carry it. But it was kind of interesting there talking to her, and she was upset with her counter job because I stopped there at the Mr. Fuel. They kind of cut back quite a bit, and they were having her work 2 counters at the same time, the truck side and the car side. And I thought, man, but Mr. Fuel used to always give me free showers when I was on the road, whether I, had a coupon or whatever or not. So I kind of favored them a little bit.
And also, they used to, as a fuel, if you were an owner-operator, you could schedule a bay to do maintenance on your truck. I don't know if they still have that same thing or not. And speaking of the maintenance there, Philip was talking about all the motorcycles and ethanol and all that. I'm surprised that they don't have the marinas down there to where you can get actual gasoline, because most of the places, that ethanol, it attracts water. I don't know if they've improved that or not, but most of the marine engines and all that, they had to use, pure gasoline. You have all these different boutiques, and you were mentioning the difference between the different grades. And so anymore, I can buy a bottle of your gasoline extreme, Hot Shot Secrets gasoline extreme, or sometimes I use that 360, from Stable, because both of them will pretty well take care of the ethanol, since I burn it out fairly quickly. But I can pay for a bottle of that fuel additive when I fill up, just in the difference of the different grades. So I thought, well, heck, the way they figured anymore with your octane and everything else, I still haven't really fully comprehended that ethanol will give you a higher octane but lower BTUs. So a lot of these companies, they use that ethanol to boost up the octane, but you don't get as much power. So I've often wondered, if you buy the premium, are you really cutting back on your power?
And that goes to the hold that thought there, because we got to get a news break in here. But yeah, when you use like the E85 thing, there was a time when it cost less, but you didn't get the fuel economy. But we'll be right back.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market, using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. The parents of the Michigan school shooter are going to prison in an historic case. The judge agreed with prosecutors' sentencing request.
It is the sentence of this court, Ms. Crumley, that you serve 10 to 15 years with the Michigan Department of Corrections.
James and Jennifer Crumbley were convicted in separate trials of involuntary manslaughter for the 2021 shooting deaths of 4 students by their son at Oxford High School, which is just north of Detroit. It's the first time in the United States that the parents of a child mass murderer have been held responsible. The White House is urging Congress to reauthorize Section 702 of the government surveillance program, FISA. House Republicans are divided on the issue as some are worried the program could violate the privacy of Americans. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan says Section 702 is vital to addressing a wide variety of national security threats.
Terrorist threats to the homeland, fentanyl supply chains bringing deadly drugs into American communities, hostile governments' recruitment of spies in our midst, transnational repression by authoritarian regimes, penetrations of our critical infrastructure.
The Arizona Supreme Court on Tuesday upheld a 160-year-old law outlawing abortions at any stage of pregnancy unless a woman's life was in danger. Arizona's Democrat Attorney General Chris Mays coming out and already releasing a statement saying she's going to ignore the rule of law and the court. The 30-year-old country music superstar allegedly threw a chair from Eric Church's newly opened rooftop bar on Sunday night. He posted bail Monday after being arrested and charged with reckless endangerment and disorderly conduct. It's his second arrest in 4 years. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout, and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
A bipartisan group of lawmakers and officials met on Capitol Hill Tuesday to discuss the next steps following the collapse of the Francis Scott Key Bridge in Baltimore 2 weeks ago. Cleanup efforts are continuing as crews continue to remove containers off the ship that crashed into the bridge and brought it down. Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg says $60 million in emergency relief funding has already been used, but they need more.
In order to continue that work, we will need to make sure that the emergency relief fund is at a healthy level, something that the delegation has expressed its determination to make sure happens, and that we certainly hope and expect will be a bipartisan goal.
According to one administration official, relations with China are improving. Here's USA's Corey Myers with more.
Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen wrapped up her second trip to China in 9 months. The trip meant to address trade disputes between the world's largest economies as the two sides tried to stabilize relations following a summit between U.S. President Joe Biden and Chinese leader Xi Jinping.
We have greatly deepened our relationships, and I feel our relationship in this economic sphere is in a much better place.
A victory parade for the UConn Huskies men's NCAA basketball championship is set for Saturday in Hartford. For USA News, I'm Tim Berg.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Life on the road is tough, but the Big Rig mattress is tougher. With 15 years of industry-leading technology, our hybrid mattresses with this individual pocketed spring core is the best on the market. Road tested for millions of miles, it is the last mattress you'll buy for your truck. We are so confident that's why our spring support core is guaranteed for 10 years. Most sizes ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes are also available. When you get tired of waking up with sore, achy muscles, visit thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Rest assured, with the Big Rig Mattress, we've got your back.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com.
Alrighty, here we are. We crossed over the midnight hour on the West Coast. We rolled into another hour of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Yeah, more on our travelers' weather coming up here. More potential flooding coming to the I-95 corridor in the Northeast as we head toward the end of the week. Update brought to you by Big Daddy Walker Productions. Rain heavy enough to cause flooding returns Thursday to Friday in the Northeast. Yeah, we're talking a general 1 to 3 inches of rain with locally higher amounts during the middle and latter part of the week. At the very least, urban flooding problems will increase along the I-95 zone from Thursday night to Friday, from D.C. to Philly to New York City and Boston. Yeah, despite a few days of mainly dry weather you've been seeing here, area streams and rivers are still high in the wake of last week's major rainstorm. So these small streams and intermediate rivers will likely surge again from late this week to early next week. Yeah, the same storm will trigger thunderstorms once again, some approaching severe levels on Thursday. Now, they're keeping a close eye on 2 pockets of severe weather for Thursday afternoon and evening. One area existing over the Midwest from eastern Kentucky through much of Ohio, parts of western Pennsylvania. A second area extending northward from the southern states. Severe thunderstorms possible Thursday from northern Florida all the way to Maryland and Delaware. Both of those zones could bring the full spectrum of severe weather risk: high winds, hail, tornadoes, torrential downpours, as well as enhancing the flash flood risk. All right, before we get back to Vic, I had shared the story earlier this morning of the mom, where her 2 sons, she's watching the evening local news, and police are looking for a couple of suspects. Her sons were caught on the a Ring doorbell camera, so they had photos of the suspects they were looking for. Mom says, "That's my boys," and she immediately notified police. Would you be willing to turn your own child in, was the question I had asked. Woodpecker responded to that via an email here a bit earlier. He said, in regards to turning in your own family, Steve, my dad, many, many years ago, turned in my oldest brother for stealing mail. My dad had found bags of mail under my brother's bed. So he did what was right, turned him in. That resulted in a 4-year stint in a federal prison, as my father asked a judge to teach my brother a lesson. Now, that was over 50 years ago or so, and their relationship was never a close one from that time on. But the good news is my brother learned his lesson and never stole mail again. I'm thinking many, many years ago, I guess as a younger person, back in those days, people would birthday cards, Christmas cards. I mean, you could get cash, a lot of cash in the mail, right? I presume that might have been what he was looking. Nowadays, it's all the scammers, looking to capitalize on identity theft and things of that nature. But all right, so lesson learned. But that's definitely the hard way, right? All right, welcome back, Vic. We left off there. We were talking about fuel, and I mentioned the E85. I don't even know what the E85 is running now. There was a time when it cost less than your regular unleaded. So people were opting for the E85, but the loss in fuel economy pretty much counteracted the savings of the E85 anyway. I don't even know if, I haven't even paid attention. Does anybody even sell E85 anymore?
I don't think they did. I think most, the cars had to be built. They had that
the flex fuel
button on the dash.
Flex fuel.
Yeah,
vehicles.
the flex fuel.
Yep.
Right, there you go. And they had that button on the dash. You had to push for economy. And every now and then, somebody would push that button, and they didn't have E85. And a couple of times, I just took a chance, and they would have that warning on the pump. Don't use this unless you have a flex fuel vehicle. But I ran some E85 through some of the cars that I had at the time, and it did kind of affect it a little bit. But I really don't even know why I did it. Maybe I was just curious because I had some moonshiner friends that they used to run moonshine in their cars years ago till they figured out that the revenuers could smell that ethanol, that moonshine in their cars whenever they had parked or anything. So anyway, that's a whole another story for another day. But anyway, back to the whole thing with the fuel and the boutique fuels and all this and the global warming, and they were talking about the emissions, and that's the other thing I want to make. Now they decide they're going to mess with the weather, and you're reading that they don't really know how that will come out.
Yep.
Well, after the Vietnam War, they had a treaty saying that they wouldn't use weather as a part of the wars. From now on, I guess that's still in effect. But one of the reasons they did that was they had a lot of prison camps within South Vietnam. And I forget which one of the special forces, or it might have been all of them together. They had tagged some of those camps, and they were going to try to start rescuing the POWs. And the CIA was unaware of that. So in the monsoon season, I forget which year, they decided that they were going to accelerate or intensify the monsoon season, which they did. And it so flooded out in one of the prisons that special forces were going to go in there and kind of test out their method of rescuing the POWs. That wasn't successful, but somehow, some ways, the North Vietnamese, which actually ran the whole war over there, they made the VC gather up all the prisoners that they had and send them up to Hanoi. So that kind of became the end of that whole process. So that's just one example that, you just don't know how it's going to happen or what flooding is going to happen. And even years ago when they used to use silver iodide on the clouds, I don't know if they're still doing that. But the big thing is, I do not know how much money they're going to spend on this thing and believing that they can actually affect things. I mean, that's really what I was talking about with whenever I call, talking about Biden trying to buy the election. The Biden team, I will say, or the Democrats in general, they keep trying to appeal to every little group and come up, and that's like with the greenies and everything, they're trying to appeal to them and doing all this, and every time they do something, it really makes matters worse. We've talked many times about the whole deal with the EV and all this everything, all this other stuff, and the mining and everything that has to go on with that. I think that's putting way more emissions into the air, more pollution than what any fossil fuel internal combustion engine would. But and then when you go on from that, not only has Biden tried to buy the election from that, you mentioned about Arizona. If you will notice, Biden has been losing a lot of the young voters, and that's kind of scaring the Democrat Party a lot. So what does he do? He's going to forgive loans, and he's going to approach abortion because, after you get past a certain age, you don't have to worry about that, but the young people do.
Yep.
And that's like on his deal with the college student loans. There does need to be some inequities addressed due to the COVID thing, but he's not going about it the right way, because if he forgives those student loans, in most states, that loan forgiveness will then incur a income tax liability. And it will on a federal income tax. Your tax guy can probably explain all that, because I haven't really kept up with it. But when you get loan forgiveness years ago, that used to be considered income by the IRS. And I just finished out my taxes here the other day, and in Indiana, they call it add back. And anyway, I didn't realize that you could get something so complicated to find out that, well, you really don't know anything. But anyway, and a lot of students, if they're not having any income and they get that loan forgiveness, now instead of having to pay back a student loan over a schedule, now then they have an immediate tax liability. And to go to the abortion thing, and this is what frustrates me with the Republicans, to go back to a Civil War era law about no abortions whatsoever. You need to understand the conditions back in the 1865. In 1865, the age of consent in most states was 10 years old. That's right, 10 years old. Most of those people, women that were going out to the West and everything else and working in the brothels and the saloons and everything, most of those were like 13, 14, 15 years old. Many of them would be dead by the time they were 21 due to disease and one thing and another. And the abortions that were being performed, God only knows who was performing them, whether it was the local barber or whatever, but they definitely weren't in sanitary conditions. And now you look at the situation today. Most state laws that were updated, whenever you start to feel the baby move, or obviously men don't feel that, but when women start to feel the baby move, that's called the quickening. And most of them said that was basically the life point where they used to say that, at that point, abortion could no longer be performed unless, there was a definite need for it. And that's like when they show that incest in there, maybe they should just say inbreeding, because, inbreeding has a higher probability of having some sort of a genetically deficient offspring. And in most states, they won't let anybody past the second cousin marry. So that's, there's just things there that I don't know why they go to these extreme measures or anything else on preventing the abortions. And as you were saying, they just need to bring it back to state law, and the state laws need to be updated. And I was surprised that Arizona would try to go to that extreme to what was going on back in 1865.
Right.
and as I mentioned, last night when I corrected myself, to explain something, when you go through pre-vet, they use the human body to teach you about it. When you get in vet school, then they start talking about all the different animals. And it was in pre-vet there whenever we had to study the human body and all that reproductive and all that good stuff. But anyway, the whole thing is that the people that may need an abortion for one reason or another, they're not being, looked at. And the other thing is that the Democrats are trying to say that you can, I think of what was Obama said, well, if the child survives an abortion, then you can still kill the baby. It's like, no, that's the other extreme. I mean, there is no way in the world that they could justify that. And it used to be that if the baby could survive outside the womb, then by state law, that was considered infanticide.
Yeah.
So that's just one thing that the Democrats are in trouble with. I mean, I think they're in panic mode, and I can't understand why the Republicans aren't coming back and giving reasoned responses to all of these different things.
That's because the Republicans just tend to stand back and watch and, live and let live, or let's all just try to get along. And all right, Vic, thank you for checking in here. It is 20 past the hour. On to hello, Pappy. How we doing this hump day?
Happens. Blowing cigarettes, doing laundry, babe. Steve, did you by chance watch any of they got a show on Fox? What's his name? Water's World.
Okay.
Sheila Jackson Lee, Congresswoman in D.C., elderly Afro-American woman.
Right.
Female.
Correct.
Did you see her little, I guess yesterday during the eclipse, she visited a elementary school, and she was giving them a science class and explaining to them about the eclipse and the sun and the moon. Did you see that clip by chance?
I did not, no. Did she make an ass of herself?
See? Oh, my God. Now, in her defense, she came out later in a tweet or something and said, hey, I was referring to the sun, not the moon. But she specifically was talking about the sun, right? Then she specifically brings up the moon, and she even says, you need to go outside on a full moon night and look at the full moon because it provides our energy for us at nighttime. It's made up of gases, and that's why we need to go back. Steve, it was a joke. And then she's trying to put her glasses on. She can't get them glasses on. It was just like a Hank Johnson clip, right? And Steve, what did I think to myself? These are the people running our country, man.
Yep.
These are the buffoons. Steve, she graduated from Yale. And he said that she was on a NASA committee for something, and I'm thinking to myself, God almighty, man. These people are literally stupid.
Yep.
And they're running our country. They're making decisions on our behalf on how our lives are going to be. God forbid if they got to make a decision on whether we're going to go to war or not. Oh, man.
Yeah, I saw the
joke.
Yeah, there was I can't remember the name. It's one of the co-hosts on The View. So it wasn't Whoopi, it wasn't Joy, but I guess yesterday on the show she was saying that the earthquake that occurred in New York and the eclipse that occurred on Monday were all because of climate change.
Oh, climate change.
Climate change. It's just like, what?
Steve, you got to wonder if these people really believe that or they know what they're saying is false. You would think so.
Yeah.
I mean, if she really believes that, and she's on a show called The View, and you got all these soccer moms, these leftist, whacked out liberal socialists watching the show.
Get their news. They get their news from them. They think they're getting the real news, the real story.
Man. Can't make it up. I saw today, I guess, where some protesters shut down the cafeteria at the Capitol, I think it was. Did you see that?
I did not.
Yeah. It sounded like they got arrested a bunch. 30, 40, 50 protesters.
Huh.
Guess we're at the Capitol chanting, about genocide that Israel is committing.
Okay.
Steve, here's my problem with these people is as they're denouncing genocide against Israel committing this against the Palestine. In the same breath, they're hauling from the river to the sea, so they're calling for the genocide of Israel. You follow me?
Anything wrong with that picture?
How come the Palestinians aren't calling for the release and free the hostages? How come their chants throughout this country haven't been free the hostages? I would think if you want peace, right, free the hostages and don't attack and kill innocent women and children. Cut their heads off in Israel. Man, it's so, you know, I don't know, Steve. These Palestinian protesters aren't really getting my support.
You think?
All right, we'll just leave it at that. And you were talking about scams. I think, Steve, I brought this up before. Man, you got to watch your emails. I think I took that report, that was about a year ago. I think I brought it up. This dude got and I got the same email about a month after seeing this report come across. It was from the Geek Squad at Best Buy, wanting this guy to renew his warranty.
Yeah.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
And what's he do? And the email, Steve, they're even using like the Geek Squad
the logo. Yep.
You know,
Yep.
He called him up.
Mm-hmm.
Somehow gave him his account information, and boom, what do you think happened? Some other ones, Steve. I just, not like Sundance, not out looking for gold. Did he ever give us an update, man, if he ever found
I don't think he ever
a
found
golden
any
pot?
gold, no.
Man, I was wishing him luck. So I'm dead serious. Wishing him. But I've been trying to buy a little silver here and there. You know? You get 1 ounce. Silver's going for about $25 an ounce, Steve. And it's been this way for pretty much a long time. There's a lot of people thinking that silver just might go up a lot, possibly hitting $60 to $70 an ounce. And so, I mean, for the last couple of years, I've been buying a little bit here and there. Not a lot, just a couple $100 worth, you know. But here lately, I've been buying some 5-ounce bars, 10-ounce bars. 10-ounce bar goes for about $250. I mean, they're kind of cool to have.
Yeah.
You know, you can actually put your hands on it. You know what I mean? So anyway, I noticed that, Steve, I'd get an email from the place where I ordered it that, hey, your package has been delivered.
Okay. And we gotta pause.
USA News Update. The Michigan school shooter's parents, James and Jennifer Crumbley, received the maximum sentence for involuntary manslaughter. Tuesday, a judge handed each of them a 10 to 15-year prison term in a landmark case.
It is the sentence of this court, Ms. Crumbley, that you serve 10 to 15 years with the Michigan Department of Corrections.
The couple, convicted separately, face charges related to their son's 2021 shooting rampage that resulted in the deaths of 4 students at Oxford High School. President Biden unveiled his administration's initiative to enhance the affordability of child and senior care. Speaking in Washington, D.C. Tuesday, he emphasized that the current cost of care is excessively high, while the compensation for care workers remains inadequate. The Deep South and sections of the Mississippi Valley are preparing for severe weather. Forecasters predict that intense thunderstorms will sweep through from eastern Texas to the southeast coast through Thursday. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Thank you much, and welcome back. All right, we left off there. Had to take care of business. We're talking about some of the scams, email scams. All right, welcome back, Pappy.
Yeah, so anyway, Steve, I had a 10-ounce bar of silver delivered and got the notification from the company, hey, been delivered.
Okay.
And I go to my spam box, or your junk mail, whatever you might call it. Steve, there's 2 or 3 emails in there from UPS. We were unable to deliver your package. Need to call us with confirmation address and order numbers. I'm like, what the hell? Same thing with FedEx. One time I got something delivered with FedEx. Daggone if I didn't get a spam email from FedEx saying, well, hey, we were unable to deliver your package. I'm like, well, that's funny because I just got a real email saying it was delivered. And there it is at my front door.
Yeah.
So, man, I mean, you really got to be careful. There's one I got. I'm sure some of your callers can probably call in and tell you they kind of get the same thing. Hey, need to confirm, thanks for your purchase of $672 of Bitcoin. This was done by mistake, call us or something to that effect. And I think I told you I even got them from my bank this third.
Really?
Yeah. One time I was shopping up at Kroger's, and boom, I get a text message saying, hey, did you make a purchase for $530-something? And I texted back. It said text back yes or no. I texted back no. And they texted back, okay, we're shutting down your card. So I actually called the fraudulent line while I'm in Kroger's, and they were like, yeah, somebody tried to make a purchase. I said, well, it wasn't me. And they're like, okay. I said, listen, I got a cart full of groceries here. I got to use this card. Or at least let me go to the Genie and take some money out, which they did, turn it back on so I could do that, but then they shut it down. Several days later, I got a call. It said Fifth Third Bank.
Mm-hmm.
I answer it. Some lady's on there saying, hey, did you make a purchase? And I'm like, no, I did not. And this happened a couple times. Told him, no, I did not. And she kept wanting me to confirm my account number with her.
Right.
I said, well, huh? You're working. If you know,
you've got my account number.
You know my account number. You know? And I'm like, listen, I'm telling you right now. I said, well, how much is in your account? You know? I'm like, what? Then she asked me how much was in my savings account. As soon as she did that, I just hung up on her. Because I knew it was a scam. In fact, I called Fifth Third back, the fraudulent line, and said, hey, did you guys just call me? No, we have no record of that. But when they called, Fifth Third was coming up on the caller ID.
And how did they know your number, that you have an account with them?
Yeah, Steve, I'm telling you, man, these people are smart but stupid. Stupid, smart people. You gotta be careful of them. So, man, it's easy to be taken, you know. I think I've told you this before. We get phone calls all the time up at the district. Hey, I got a phone call from the sheriff's office saying you got a warrant out for your arrest.
Mm-hmm.
Give us your debit card. We can take care of it right now. Scams. You see, Biden gave an interview with a Hispanic news channel.
How'd that go?
Or he had
no.
Well, what do you think he said, Steve? When they asked him what's the biggest threat to democracy,
Donald Trump.
What do you think his answer was?
Donald Trump.
Yes, sir.
No brainer.
And Steve, why would he give that interview, though? That's what you got to ask yourself. You know, they're trying to keep him in the basement, man. They don't want him out there unless it's absolutely necessary. They're scared to death that they're losing the Hispanic voters. Yes, sir. All right, my man, that is all I got for tonight. Back to work Wednesday, Thursday. Then guess what? Roll into that Kelly week, Steve.
Oh, boy. Yeah, something to look forward to.
Your callers are probably like, how the hell does he get a week off every 6 weeks? Man, I should have been 5-0. Hawaii 5-0. I should change careers. Goes with the territory, though. All right, Steve, I appreciate it, man. Everybody stay safe. Hammer down.
All right, Pappy, thanks for checking in. All right. Yeah, the emails. There's a new scam born every day, and I'm constantly getting these emails about my invoice, your order invoice, like from a Chinese company or something. You know, they want me to click on the link to confirm the order that they had placed with me. You know, it's okay. Don't click on the links. Yeah, and I mean, you get emails from banks. Yeah. I don't bank with Chase, and I get emails from Chase Bank wanting me to. I guess they randomly send these things out to millions of people, and every so often they'll find somebody that, hey, we got a sucker here. They took the bait. Morning, Daryl.
Good morning. How's family and how is Stracker today?
Doing well, getting ready for the big weekend.
I was wondering if you had your walking shoes lined up.
No.
I looked up the Haverkamp, and that was a patrolman, a police officer from Goff Manor. And I'm very familiar with Goff Manor. I used to have a client there that I called on quite often. And so I'm making the donation this week to the Haverkamp Foundation. And I hope you guys do well and have a great outing on Sunday.
Yeah, yesterday would have been Matt's birthday. It's the Matt Haverkamp Foundation. And so, his mom...
He was 47 years old. Was he killed in a car crash or something?
Yes, that is correct. Yep.
My brother was a police officer in Greensboro for 27 years. My heart goes out to these police officers and the work they do. And I used to go down and visit him, and we would go and take a sack of groceries to a disabled police officer. And his heart was always with those guys that needed help on the police force. And that's a brotherhood that we know little about, but they stick up for one another and help take care of each other. Knucklebuster was talking about his truck breakdown. I was going down through Shepherdsville one night with an 18-wheeler and was losing stuff on the highway, and people kept hollering at me on the CB, and somebody had misloaded my trailer and put 25,000 pounds of brass fittings over my dolly wheels and broke the trailer down. So I went to a motel, and I thought I would be there for 8 hours getting a good night's sleep. In 2 hours, they knocked on the door and said, "You're ready to go." I said, "How in the world did you fix that trailer?" And they said, "We put a Band-Aid on it." And they had taken 8 log chains and put timbers underneath that trailer and tightened them down, and they said, "We're going to follow you to Nashville to get our log chains back." There are vendors along the highway for these 18-wheelers, and I don't ever hear it mentioned anywhere, but they're there for when a trailer breaks down or he loses a fuel filter or a tire. They're usually on the spot within 10 minutes working on those trucks and trailers.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess they're contracted with the big truck lines somewhere or other. So we used to run air. Our tractors had air starters. And you let them things sit for 8 to 10 hours with the motor shut off. You come back and hit the starter button, and you got no juice, no air. And you have to get a vendor out to pump that thing up so you can start your diesel engine. I thought it was a sorry system, but we had air starters on all of our tractors that we drove. I wish you for a great, great walk on Sunday, and I hope you all are very successful in raising money for these K9 units.
Yes.
I'll be saying a prayer for you.
I appreciate it.
Down the road.
Thank you much. Daryl, have a good morning. All right, 16 before the hour. Under the industry headlines, CDL Life this past day. With the demise of Yellow, of course, auctioning off many of those terminals around the country. Less than truckload carrier Saia announcing this week the opening of 2 new terminals, which is part of their previously disclosed $1 billion capital plan for this year. The new locations are in Garland, Texas, and Missoula, Montana. The Garland location will be the company's fourth terminal in the Dallas-Fort Worth market. The Missoula site will be their first in that state. The carrier previously acquired 28 service centers valued at $244 million in a pair of auctions of the defunct Yellow assets. The Missoula location looks to be one of 11 leased terminals that Saia purchased from that second auction. These new terminals, built or renovated to enable us to provide our customers enhanced service so we can meet their supply chain needs. Saia has added 25 terminals in the past 3 years and nearly 50 since they embarked on an expansion project in the Northeast back in 2017. Planning to open as many as 20 terminals this year and relocate as many as 10 current locations into larger spaces. Planning to spend a total of $550 million on real estate this year, which includes amounts spent making repairs and upgrades on those acquired sites. Word was, beyond these two, we intend to open another 16 or 17 new terminals over the next several months, in addition to relocating several existing facilities to larger or strategically advantageous locations to reduce shipping time, improve pickup, and delivery flexibility. Saia has been one of the most aggressive carriers in expanding their market share since the demise of Yellow. We knew there were a handful of companies that were actually going to come out on top, benefiting more greatly from Yellow's demise. That indeed is one of them. Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
That's a pretty fascinating story as the cleanup efforts continue there in Baltimore. The Smithsonian shares a story about there's one really big crane involved
Ready to
in
connect.
that. Where the Francis Scott Key Bridge collapsed last month. Removing the Mangle Bridge, as we know, massive undertaking. Officials bringing in several big cranes. One of those is known as the Chesapeake 1000. More than 50 years ago, the Chesapeake 1000, which was originally dubbed the Sun 800, played a vital role in a secret CIA mission called Project Azorian, a multi-year effort to recover a sunken Soviet submarine. According to the Washington Post and the Smithsonian, the 1,750-ton vessel called K-129 disappeared in the Pacific Ocean, 1968. United States officials eventually found it submerged 16,500 feet deep, roughly 1,800 miles northwest of Hawaii. It was thought that there was at least one nuclear weapon aboard that sub. According to a historian at East Carolina University who wrote the book about it, even more importantly, the portion of the sub the CIA targeted contained a code room, a working code machine, and then materials, it was thought, that explained how the device worked. Obviously, they wanted to recover this information. They also wanted to gain insight into the Soviet submarine manufacturing process to improve their ability to detect these stealthy vessels. But first, they had to get the sub to the surface. Enter Project Azorian. The CIA hatched an ambitious plan to build a ship with a powerful hydraulic system and a claw that could lift the wreckage from the depths. Now, to discover the submarine, that's one thing, but to have the wherewithal to try to devise a way to recover that piece of hardware is really remarkable. It's been compared, and rightly so, to an underwater moonshot. So as not to alert the Soviets, the CIA devised a cover story involving Howard Hughes, the billionaire aerospace engineer. To everyone outside the CIA, it would appear Hughes was building a 618-foot-long vessel called the Hughes Glommer Explorer for deep-sea mining. Ship was conducted at the Sun Shipbuilding and Dry Dock Company in Chester, Pennsylvania, where workers there also had no idea they were involved in a covert mission. As part of this process, the team created the Sun 800, a floating derrick that could lift heavy parts onto the vessel. Now, the crane was named for the number of tons it could lift. For example, the Sun 800's signature achievement was hoisting the Glommer Explorer's 630-ton gimbal during construction. 1973, the Glommer Explorer sailed for the first time, traveling from Pennsylvania toward Bermuda for testing. After sailing around South America, it arrived in Long Beach, California, where it was loaded with equipment. The giant claw was built separately in Redwood City, California, on a barge called HMB-1. In the spring of '74, HMB-1 and the Glommer Explorer met up near Catalina Island for the claw handoff. A few months later, they headed to the wreckage of K-129. Crews lowered the claw by adding 60-foot sections of supporting steel pipe, one at a time, according to the CIA. When it reached the submarine section, the capture vehicle then had to be positioned to straddle the sunken submarine section, and its powerful jaws had to grab the hull. The sub ultimately broke apart during this process. Crews were able to recover only about a third of it when all was said and done, along with the bodies of 6 Soviet submariners. They gave the men a formal military burial at sea. Ultimately, the project did not turn up any significant intelligence, well, at least according to the CIA. The conventional wisdom has become this was a failed mission. The CIA has allowed that belief to be what everyone understands, but why would they not? I always say, we have no idea what they got. Media outlets learned of that project in early 1975 when thieves broke into Hughes' office and stole documents related to that mission. Early news stories were filled with errors. Reporters called the mission initially Project Jennifer. Plans to return to that site to recover the rest of the sub were ultimately quashed. The Glommer Explorer was later renamed and used for deep-sea oil drilling and exploration. Since then, the Chesapeake 1000 has helped with other big projects, including recovery efforts after Hurricane Sandy. Now, of course, in Baltimore. On standby for when we need to go to larger lifts, according to the salvage operation spokesperson. Primary purpose will be lifting pieces of the bridge that fell onto the cargo ship. They've got their work cut out. In total, those pieces weigh about 3,000 to 4,000 tons. That's fascinating, though. The story of the sunken Soviet submarine. Did they ever find out if indeed it did have a nuclear weapon on board? They don't tell us the rest of the story, right? All right, meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388. Coming up, we'll get into our final hour here and more of your calls. First, a quick reminder, Sta-Bil. For over 60 years, Sta-Bil has been the go-to additive when storing lawn equipment, boats, collector cars, generators, anything that's going to be sitting around with gas in it for an extended period of time. Sta-Bil storage, as we know it, keeps that gas fresh for up to 2 years and combats corrosion issues in your fuel system at the very same time. So store that engine the right way with Sta-Bil. All right, so again, 844-844-3388. Final hour just ahead. Rolling into, hey, Mike, what day is it? Hump Day, as we like to call it. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. The parents of the Michigan school shooter are going to prison in an historic case. The judge agreed with prosecutors' sentencing request.
It is the sentence of this court, Ms. Crumley, that you serve 10 to 15 years with the Michigan Department of Corrections.
James and Jennifer Crumbley were convicted in separate trials of involuntary manslaughter for the 2021 shooting deaths of 4 students by their son at Oxford High School, which is just north of Detroit. It's the first time in the United States that the parents of a child mass murderer have been held responsible. The White House is urging Congress to reauthorize Section 702 of the government surveillance program, FISA. House Republicans are divided on the issue as some are worried the program could violate the privacy of Americans. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan says Section 702 is vital to addressing a wide variety of national security threats.
Terrorist threats to the homeland, fentanyl supply chains bringing deadly drugs into American communities, hostile governments' recruitment of spies in our midst, transnational repression by authoritarian regimes, penetrations of our critical infrastructure.
The Arizona Supreme Court on Tuesday upheld a 160-year-old law outlawing abortions at any stage of pregnancy unless a woman's life was in danger. Arizona's Democrat Attorney General Chris May is coming out and already releasing a statement saying she's going to ignore the rule of law and the court. The 30-year-old country music superstar allegedly threw a chair from Eric Church's newly opened rooftop bar on Sunday night. He posted bail Monday after being arrested and charged with reckless endangerment and disorderly conduct. It's his second arrest in 4 years. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
A bipartisan group of lawmakers and officials met on Capitol Hill Tuesday to discuss the next steps following the collapse of the Francis Scott Key Bridge in Baltimore 2 weeks ago. Cleanup efforts are continuing as crews continue to remove containers off the ship that crashed into the bridge and brought it down. Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg says $60 million in emergency relief funding has already been used, but they need more.
In order to continue that work, we will need to make sure that the emergency relief fund is at a healthy level, something that the delegation has expressed its determination to make sure happens, and that we certainly hope and expect will be a bipartisan goal.
According to one administration official, relations with China are improving. Here's USA's Corey Myers with more.
Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen wrapped up her second trip to China in 9 months. The trip meant to address trade disputes between the world's largest economies as the two sides tried to stabilize relations following a summit between U.S. President Joe Biden and Chinese leader Xi Jinping.
We have greatly deepened our relationships, and I feel our relationship in this economic sphere is in a much better place.
A victory parade for the UConn Huskies men's NCAA basketball championship is set for Saturday in Hartford. For USA News, I'm Tim Berg.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Okay, as we get that final hour underway, looks like somebody apparently failed to do a pre-trip, and it could have been really bad, which led to actually a phone call from a concerned citizen that helped Canadian police put the brakes on a steel coil hauler with a cracked trailer frame. This was not a minor crack. I can't believe this. I mean, the photographs they shared, can't believe this thing hadn't snapped in half already. Tuesday of this week, the Ontario Provincial Police said a citizen called to report a tractor-trailer with a cracked trailer frame. Officers with the Burlington OPP able to locate the truck. That this tractor-trailer was hauling a 48,000-pound steel coil. Police were able to confirm the caller's report of damage, issuing charges to the driver and the trucking company. Yeah, their statement was, always do a pre-trip inspection. All right, 2 companies have been named the overall best fleets to drive for by Carrier's Edge. Earlier this week, Carrier's Edge named the top 2 trucking companies as best fleets to drive for education at their Education and Awards Conference held at the NASCAR Hall of Fame there in North Carolina. This year, the best overall fleet in the small carrier category went to K&J Trucking out of Sioux Falls, South Dakota. The first time K&J Trucking has received this award. The award for best overall fleet in the large carrier category was presented to Challenger Motor Freight out of Cambridge, Ontario. And this was actually the second time Challenger Motor Freight had received a best overall fleet award. They did go on to name the top 20 fleets to drive for in 2024, and these are fleets in the U.S. and Canada. So there's a number of Canadian companies that were in the mix, like Cambridge. I did a quick check because I knew a Challenger, rather. I knew I had shared some story about Challenger recently. That's the one where they're fighting a nuclear verdict, like a $82 million verdict against them for an accident that happened back a number of years ago. But I knew I recognized that name from somewhere. But yeah, 2-time now best fleet to drive for. And we get the final hour underway. It is 844-844-3388. Sundance, what's happening?
Oh, not much. Just want to give everybody an update. Thank you for blowing my mind last night about the moon. But it just raised more questions now. So
okay.
I'm trying to figure. Yeah, I mean, it's amazing. But anyway, I tell Pappy I did find the gold.
Did you?
I found it already.
Okay.
Oh yeah. But I'm having logistics problems and negotiation problems with the property owner.
Just can't recover it. You know it's there, but you can't get to it.
Well, I get to it. It's just, I'm trying to negotiate. I don't want to give the man 50%. So he didn't know it was there. I know it's there. I offered him 15%. I think that's fair.
Yeah. So does he know what you're offering him 15% for? Because if you've tipped him off, he'll be digging up his whole damn property, won't he?
Well, he's got a lot of property, and that's why, hey, more power to him. But he ain't got close yet.
Okay.
I got surveillance.
Okay.
But hey, when does your cruise leave out? The 25th?
No, it's the 12th, I believe. That should be a Saturday,
Oh,
the 12th of October. Yeah.
Oh, okay. And where are your port of calls?
It's called the ABC cruise. It's Aruba, what's the B? Bonaire.
Barbados.
Bonaire. Aruba, Bonaire, and Curacao.
Bonaire.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, hopefully I'll see y'all down there, and I'll be on my yacht if I get this gold.
Right.
Yeah, I'm buying me about a $10 million yacht.
You can follow.
I'm out of here.
You can follow us around in the Caribbean, sailing the high seas.
Boy, I can't wait. I mean, I miss the water, being in the Navy and the Merchant Marines. I mean, it's peaceful, but I just got to get out of here. This country is so broke that we can't do anything. Our hands are just, we're just strong. I mean, we're just hand tied. We can't move. We can't do what's good. I mean, here's the thing. I understand the Republican side doesn't want EVs, but let us have them over here on our side. We know y'all are broke, but we're trying to have a good life.
Mm-hmm.
We want to do our thing. You said a while ago, you just go along to get along.
Oh,
party. Okay,
you got plenty of access to them. I mean, why don't you guys stop trying to shove them down our damn throat?
We're not telling you to buy them.
Oh yeah, you're
leave us alone.
Yeah, you're mandating us to buy them. Your party is telling us that we can no longer purchase a gasoline powered engine come 2030.
Is that in California?
That's California. I think there's 7 or 8 states now that are on that bandwagon. 2030 to 2035.
Well, y'all got y'all states. Hang out in Texas and Florida, and all the other states, and you don't have to buy. You don't have to buy them, but in those states, it's states' rights. States' rights.
Okay.
Just like abortion, it's states' rights.
I don't think anybody voted for that, though. That's the states' rights. It's not been put to the people to vote for it.
No, they vote for representatives. That's what a republic is. You vote for your representative, and they go up there and they pass laws. They don't care what you think anyway. See, that's what's wrong with the country. Those people don't represent you. They represent the corporations. Y'all are just slaves.
Y'all.
You've always going to be a slave.
Why do you say y'all? What about you? You're not. You're not a part of the system. You're not a slave.
Well, I'm a slave, but I'm trying to get out. But every time I try to get over the fence, you son of a bitches pull me by the leg and pull me back in, and I can't get out of here. And truck drivers, look, y'all don't make no money, and that list you gave from Arrow a while ago, all they have to do is pay everybody by the hour. You will have the courteous driver. You won't have any problem. You won't just pay us $25 an hour or $50 an hour a day or $25 for a 24-hour period. That solves the whole problem. You won't have people going over their logs trying to get every ounce out of there. They can stop at other places. They can, they don't have to push the log. They can stop because when they get up and start, their clock started anyway. Yeah. They're going to be fine. They can, start, but we have all this delay time. Like my appointment's not till 10 o'clock tomorrow, and I'm here at 2 o'clock this afternoon. Well, time and distance is done. I'm not getting paid for the next 20 hours by the time they get me unloaded. So just pay me, or don't pay me. How about this? How about the truck drivers don't get paid at all? Because they can't pay us. They can't pay us what we're supposed to get. So we do it like this. We show our CDL card license at the store, and we get free stuff on everything. That way we don't have to worry about it, because you can't pay us. You can't pay us, because what it would cost for them to pay us, drivers think, I work with some guys and they think $100,000 a year is good money. But they're working 70 hours a week to make $100,000. That's equivalent to almost 2 40-hour work weeks.
Sure.
Come on, man. Huh?
That's not a lie. That's actually a fact. That's
okay. Well, I haven't lied about anything yet. So what I'm saying is, if you paid us $50 an hour, if we worked a 40-hour week, we would make $2,000. That's equivalent to where we should be. $100,000. It shouldn't be $100,000 to work 2 years or a year and a half to make $100,000.
Hey, how about?
If you're going to do that,
how do you feel about Bernie's idea that we all cut down to 32 hours a week and still get paid for working 40? How's that sound?
Well, if we give me 32 at $50 an hour, that's okay. That's $75,000 a year. But I don't like this 70 hours in 8. When they revised the hours of service, this was a way to keep you from not getting a raise, because now you can work 70 hours, get you 34. Like I did last week, I worked 68 hours. I shut down Saturday night. Boom, by Monday afternoon, my 34 was up. I had 36 hours off. I didn't have to shut down. Now, the old hours of service, I wouldn't have been able to go out till Tuesday, or I could have left at 10 o'clock Monday night for those 2 hours, and run recaps. But see, that was the way the government, they're smarter than us, and we are stupid for putting up with their hours of service stuff. But like I said, you can only average 33 miles an hour in a 24-hour period, and that's if you're really good. And at 60 cents a mile at 33 mile an hour, that's $18 an hour. That's where you're at. That's where we are at. Now minimum wage, McDonald's in California is $20. So just stay at McDonald's.
Well, if our government's so screwed, if our government's so screwed up, Sundance, and they're not doing anything to help you, well, who's been in charge for the last 3.5 years? How come they ain't fixing it for you? Boom. 18 past the hour. It's 844-844-3388. What's that? What's he talking about? It's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Did you know gas goes bad in as little as 30 days? Bad gas can cause rough starts, poor performance, or no starts at all. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Whether it's your car, truck, boat, lawnmower, leaf blower, weed trimmer, ATV, motorcycle, or anything else with an engine, when you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
lines at 844-844-3388. I don't know, maybe the stress of the job. Talking earlier about trucking is a stressful job, right? Don't know what the rest of the story is, but I saw that, I believe it was early, just before yesterday's program, Rubber Duck's girlfriend had posted, and I think he was pretty close by to where this was all unfolding there in Michigan. Tennessee trucker is dead after a police officer shot him in Berrien County, St. Joseph Township, Michigan. Michigan State Police handling the investigation says a St. Joe Township officer tried to stop the truck near a small park across from Riverview Park Monday night. The truck then crashed into a squad car and left the scene. As it was leaving, the truck slammed into a home on Riverbend before the trucker got out and ran. The St. Joseph Township officer caught the suspect about a half mile away. State police say the two started fighting, which led to the gunshot. The suspect, identified as a 42-year-old Tennessee man, was rushed to the hospital where he was pronounced dead. Let's see. Justin Pearson. Then I actually got behind the semi. Next thing you know, I'm trying to stop, beep the horn, tell him to stop because he just struck a car down at the park. And next thing you know, he was full speed ahead, crashing right into a house. That witness claimed the semi-truck was traveling about 60 miles per hour when it crashed into the home. That was kind of a breaking story. I don't know what's the rest of the story. What the hell got into this guy? But meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388. Good morning, Steve. All the listeners out there from Steve in Columbus. We're finally at the halfway point, starting to look toward the weekend. Looks like the weather may be going to be pretty nice today. Some outdoor activity should be in the plans. As for today, it's time to get ready to head into town to see what we can get into. Looks like maybe a wet morning here in central Ohio. Everybody enjoy the day. All right, what's the deal with Boeing Airline, or Boeing, the manufacturer? Is it Boeing or is it those airlines purchasing Boeing aircraft, not maintaining them? That's what Q-Ball kind of alluded to a few weeks ago. And you can't help but we've got the latest involving a Boeing plane. The FAA Sunday said they're investigating after an engine cowling on a Southwest Airlines Boeing 737-800 fell off during takeoff in Denver. Ultimately struck the wing flap. Southwest Flight 3695 returned safely to Denver International at about 8:15 a.m. local time Sunday and was towed to the gate. The aircraft, with 135 passengers and 6 crew members aboard, was headed for Houston. Now, there were no injuries. Southwest said they were flying passengers later on another plane about 3 hours behind schedule. Maintenance teams were reviewing the aircraft. Now, they said this plane entered service in June of 2015, which to me says, hey, it's 9 years. You would think this is not a Boeing problem. This has got to be something along the lines of a Southwest Airlines maintenance issue. Boeing referred questions to Southwest for info about the plane and the fleet operations. They declined to say when the plane's engine had last had maintenance on it. But ABC News aired video showing the ripped engine cover flapping in the wind with the torn Southwest logo. Boeing obviously has come under intense criticism, going back where the door plug panel came off of the Alaska Airlines flight back in January. In the aftermath of that incident, they had grounded the MAX 9 for several weeks. They barred Boeing from increasing their MAX production rate. They ordered them to develop a comprehensive plan to address systemic quality control issues. They gave him 90 days to cover that. A Southwest 737 flight on Thursday aborted takeoff and taxied back to the gate at Lubbock Airport in Texas after the crew reported engine issues. The FAA is also investigating a March 25th Southwest 737 flight that returned to the Austin Airport in Texas after the crew reported a possible engine issue. A March 22nd Southwest 737-800 flight returned to Fort Lauderdale Airport after the crew reported an engine issue. All these being reviewed by the FAA, but again and again, it seems like, are there issues with Southwest maintaining their aircraft? Something seems to be amiss when you see a constant issue with the same airline, and nonetheless, I mentioned that just to mention another new Boeing whistleblower has come forward, claiming that Boeing ignored safety concerns during the production of their 787 and 777 jetliners, according to the FAA complaint. This is a Boeing engineer, Sam Salahpour, who worked on the 787 Dreamliner, told the New York Times that large sections of the plane's fuselage, which come in several pieces from different manufacturers, don't or didn't exactly fit together. His lawyers told The Hill this past day that the engineer witnessed Boeing using shortcuts to cut production cost on the 787, drastically reducing the plane's lifespan. Our client's attorneys issued a statement, said, identified serious safety concerns. He did everything possible to bring these concerns to the attention of Boeing officials. Rather than heeding his warnings, Boeing prioritized getting the planes to market as quick as possible, despite the known, well-substantiated issues that he had raised. This now is the second whistleblower to come forward in recent months. The previous whistleblower, who was also a quality manager, making headlines in March, that's the guy that was found dead in his truck at a hotel parking lot, where the coroner ruled it was a self-inflicted gunshot wound. But following his death, a close family friend of Barnett recalled to a local Charleston ABC affiliate that the Boeing engineer had told her, and I quote, "If anything happens to me, it's not suicide." Yes, that made headlines. I don't know. The new whistleblower. Pay attention to your surroundings, right? We'll get a news break and back to your calls. The Grasshopper checking in. There you go. And it looks like Scarecrow will be back to join us as well. And room for you at 844-844-3388. Okay, Wednesday coming on. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA News Update. The Michigan school shooter's parents, James and Jennifer Crumbley, received the maximum sentence for involuntary manslaughter. Tuesday, a judge handed each of them a 10 to 15-year prison term in a landmark case.
It is the sentence of this court, Ms. Crumbley, that you serve 10 to 15 years with the Michigan Department of Corrections.
The couple, convicted separately, faced charges related to their son's 2021 shooting rampage that resulted in the deaths of 4 students at Oxford High School. President Biden unveiled his administration's initiative to enhance the affordability of child and senior care. Speaking in Washington, D.C. Tuesday, he emphasized that the current cost of care is excessively high, while the compensation for care workers remains inadequate. The Deep South and sections of the Mississippi Valley are preparing for severe weather. Forecasters predict that intense thunderstorms will sweep through from eastern Texas to the southeast coast through Thursday. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at HotShotSecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, good morning to Truckin' Phil, checking in as he's ready to start the day. Stating happy hump day. Good morning, Steve Summers, the Hot Shot Secret Nation, and the great product of Staybill. Looks like 67 rain in Fort Wayne, 67 in Sterling Heights. Yeah, you just shared the story about the truck driver, the story up here in St. Joseph Township, Michigan. That was on the Detroit News yesterday. Driver was from Tennessee. We're all wondering, what was that all about? We're kind of waiting to hear the story of why he was up there doing what he was doing. The driver, that is. Anyway, ready to depart Fort Wayne for Sterling Heights and back again. Semper Fi from Truckin' Phil this morning. Meanwhile, Grasshopper checks in. It's been a while. How we doing, Grasshopper?
No, we're doing just fine and dandy. I was calling in to tell you about my experience with the Eclipse. That was phenomenal. Took a couple of granddaughters with us, and that was really a sight to see.
Where'd you get to view it from?
We drove down to the Carmel area, just north of Indy.
Okay.
Which is like only a little over 3 minutes of viewing, but I am so happy with my choice as I took the 2 lanes and didn't have no traffic issues at all.
Oh, boy.
And I seen 65. It was red and orange from Indianapolis all the way to Chicago.
I mean, did you see the number of people that were there at Indianapolis? I cannot. A massive crowd there. No wonder it was backed up on 65.
Yeah, I don't know how many was there. How many was there, did they say?
I've not seen any official numbers. I've just seen the videos. I mean, there were tons of people. The infield looked like it was kind of packed. People in the stands. It was just, wow.
Yeah, that was. I just stayed to the 2 lane and done just fine.
There you
Back
go.
home at 4:30. That was a little over an hour drive to where we were going, but found a little park on the map. It's like, we'll try this place, and it was perfect.
So you you didn't run into any delays at all then, it sounds like, trying to get back.
No. There was a lot of cops out, but yeah, they were everywhere. Making them some money.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know. 65 was just a joke. I seen a southbound earlier in the day. It's like, them poor people ain't even going to make it to the Eclipse. They were still stuck in traffic like at Eclipse time. It's like, should have planned your route a little bit better.
I bet there were people. I kind of wonder, I haven't seen or heard whether in that case, if that was the deal, I could imagine a lot of folks were just pulling off on the emergency lane and getting out to watch it.
Yeah, I imagine they were. Probably a lot of them were.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was really cool, especially when it started coming back out and you got that little flash of light. Like, wow, that looks like you're going into heaven right there. That thing was super bright when it. Is that what they call the diamond part of it?
I think I was going to say, I believe that's what they called the diamond ring. You get that flash, boom, there it is. And as soon as that sliver comes out, isn't it amazing how quickly that it's like so much light returns?
Yes, it is. Just a little bit of sun makes a big difference. Yeah, it's pretty neat. But I'm back on the Rock Island run now. I got off St. Louis for a while out of Lafayette, so there ain't none of these runs perfect, but I got to switch it up occasionally. Since I'm the number one driver out of Lafayette, so I can bid time. I can go wherever I want. Toledo is still my favorite run, but don't pay as good. But as far as traffic goes,
gotcha.
Yeah. All right. Well, that's all I got for you tonight, Steve.
Hey,
I'll try to get with you later on.
Appreciate the update. Yeah. So yeah, he made wise choices. Yeah, following. Stay off the interstates. Take the 2 lanes if you know your way around, because all these people from out of town are pretty much following their GPS, and those GPS had them all packed and stacked on I-65 there. Yeah, Pappy wanted to chime back in quick. What you got?
Real quick, Steve. Number one, I don't. Maybe Sundance should go work for McDonald's. He could make more in an hour. And another thing I just don't understand, Steve, is we dislike Republicans and Democrats alike. All the swamp, we want them out. We don't like them. You would think Sundance, knowing that Trump was never a politician whose whole goal was to drain the swamp.
Yep.
You would think he would have a different view on him. Number 2, hey, the suicide on this dude. Steve, why didn't he do this in the motel room? If I'm an investigator, I'm like, why does he walk out to his car to do this and not in the motel room? His vehicle was parked where there was no surveillance cameras. If it wasn't a homicide, or if it wasn't a suicide and a homicide, it's a good spot to do it. You don't have to walk into the hotel room where there's cameras. Another thing, Steve, I found, not always, okay, but the majority of people do not commit suicide in their own vehicle. They will exit the vehicle and walk away from the car and do it. Saw an interview with a guy that actually survived. He said it might sound crazy, but I didn't want to mess my car up.
Wow.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I find that a little suspicious. Number 3, real quick, the airline industry. Steve, you remember me telling you a few months back they want to shut down the airline industry, globalists. All this, climate change, aircraft causing carbon buildup, all this, that, and the other. Another thing, I saw an interview with, it might have been the same whistleblower you were talking about. He said that drug use, due to diversity hiring in these manufacturing plants where they put these aircraft together, the amount of drug use that he has seen. Everybody is smoking weed, talking about, hey, you got anything? And here we got these people putting these aircraft together that are stoned. Something else to think about.
And you're
taking my call.
Good likelihood you're going to have a few nuts or bolts that missed a few turns or didn't even get put on.
Steve, you want a dude that's, doing surgery on you to be out hitting pipe before he walks in, man? Same thing with an aircraft, man. That's serious business putting these things together.
Yeah.
Trust me.
I've heard many times over the years, whether it's having surgery on your personal body. You don't want to do a surgery on Fridays if you can avoid it, because those surgeons, just like everybody else, they're at the end of the week and they're ready to get out and hit the golf course. They want to get done. End it. Yeah, automobiles. Typically, they say you don't want to purchase an automobile that was manufactured on either a Monday or a Friday. Friday, they're ready to get the hell out and get their weekend started. Monday, they're coming back. They're kind of hungover, not feeling real well, and not really. It's traditionally, that's the way it goes. All right, let's see what Scarecrow has going on this hour.
Pappy touched on global warming there, Steve. It reminded me here, China forever has been given hell for not following any of the clean air guidance and whatnot, from the Greenie group and all, and given the free ride. Well, we don't hear anything about this, Steve, but South Korea has being given the same free ride that we, while we were there, they have air quality monitors all over the country, and the kids, they have apps on their phones. They can check the air quality at a moment's notice. Now, the second Thursday we were there, Brandon, he wouldn't even let us get out of the apartment. He said it was the absolute worst air quality that he had seen since he arrived 2 years back.
Really?
8 o'clock in the morning, I assumed, you overlooking the air, most of the air base from there, and it looked like what we're accustomed to is, fog, morning fog and dew and just, heavy, damp air. No, he said, no, that's a particulates in the air out there that it just, nasty as can be. That, no, they're dead serious. I forget the parts per million that's considered safe. It's down in the single digits or such, or thereabouts. But I want to say, he said the count was up over 400, per million at that point of the morning. That, yeah, they, it's kind of interesting in that you would think as technological as so many things are there with the electronics industry and all, but they were still primarily coal-powered, electricity production, coal and propane. But yeah, the pollution, in that country is just, it's a death wish. That there's a reason they wear, so many wear masks. It's not just the COVID, thing. It's the air quality. But anyway, you talk about that plane with the flopping, howling and whatnot. That was on the news last night. And I have to believe the only thing worse than being on that plane would be being seated by a window and being able to look out at that and realize that, well, that's not right, to say the least. Now, it's one thing, that plane can still fly with a lone single engine, but just the mind over matter part, I can't help but thinking back. It'd be, I think, 4 years back when we went to San Antone. I think that was Southwest. Well, the same plane 2 weeks later, that's when I think the fan blades, shattered and went through the cowling, and that gal got sucked out the window. Well, we were sitting 2 seats back from that location, on our flight. And since then, each time I get on a plane, I look out the window, and likewise our South Korea trip there, I'm looking out at the cowling on the right side engine there. It just happened to be that was the seat that Brandon booked us on. But no, it runs through your head when you realize that there's a history, out there. But either way, I had no issues at all. We were Airbus, wide-body Airbus, and they have a pretty significantly safe record. Such. Steve, we can go back. You remember the very first of the Alien movies, the Sigourney Weaver?
Absolutely.
You remember that slimy alien, whatever the heck you want to call it? Remember there was a queen on the whole bunch?
Yes.
She would lay these eggs in this chamber or cave or whatever. Well, Steve, my thoughts are the Wisconsin DOT has secured the services of that slimy bitch, and they have taught that thing to spit out orange Schneider eggs. The last couple of weeks here, we are being blessed, and I suppose it's all across the country, with these little orange landmarks up and down the highway. Now, we have, on Wisconsin I-90-94, anybody that's ever been through here, from about the 106 mark down to about the 56-mile mark. It's a 50-mile stretch, and about half of it has been overlaid, with blacktop, different stretches over the last, about 5 years. And what is not overlaid with blacktop is, concrete. Well, the contractors that are doing this work, they have yet to figure out how to, lay a smooth concrete patch. And this kind of reflects on you'd mentioned earlier about, I think, when heat wave and the rough roads and such. And my thoughts are, Wisconsin DOT, they must count on the equipment manufacturers to build equipment that'll camouflage their inability to, maintain roads, in a proper manner and such. They've got this practice they've been doing for far too many years now of, cutting out a 2 to 10 foot chunk of concrete and then firming up the the road base. I think that's the biggest problem of all. I think it's inadequate base on most of this roadway. And they, pour new concrete, and without fail, 365 days later, they're going to be right back putting new orange barrels up and they're probably going to be doing the next 2 to 10 foot section, adjoining that one they just did the year prior. It just goes on and on and on here. And most everybody knows where Wisconsin Dells is. Now, that stretch through there, I would have figured for certain they were going to blacktop that, a year ago when they worked on that. Well, that is just and this equipment anyway, it just makes my voice warble. I can't even, talk when I go through there. But although there are barrels laid out there again now last night, so maybe they are going to actually lay some blacktop over it this year. But no, it's, they'll argue the point, well, the funding just isn't there. The funds aren't there to, rip it all up and repair it proper. Well, the Wisconsin Gold Coast, I refer to that to the southeast area and up along the Lake Michigan. There's no shortage of funds when it comes to, highway projects and redoing, down in that zone. Yeah, there isn't any funds for up here because it all gets sucked down to that zone and all. But so anyway, there, I've done my rant for the evening. And what else did I? Yeah, I touched on just about every night, Steve. Something new comes up about our trip to Korea, and I thought, well, wait a minute, you might want to hear that. But one thing I will add about that trip over there, we noticed there is no such thing as an overweight South Korean.
Really?
There are no robust individuals, Steve. And part of it, well, I'm sure most of it is probably the diet to begin with. Saturated food, saturated fat type foods and whatnot are not a common item in their diet. But a big part, sure, is everybody walks. Foot traffic is significant. Everybody's active. They're not sedate and such. They're always on the move, and huge portions of food are like we're accustomed to. No, you'll see 2 or 3 people sharing a good sized portion versus we're used to bellying up to the table and bring it on and keep it coming. But no, they're it stood out significant. We'll leave it at that, Steve, and do it again tomorrow. What do you think?
All right, which will be, what would that be, Friday Eve, I do believe. Yes, indeed. 857.
Well, before the show comes on, I hit the button and listen to Maggie Kelly. I get a notification. Interesting points on the news. What is it? Sun being blotted out by the moon, or political issues? No, she's got 2 women on there, and they're talking about the conjoined twins. And I guess one of them got married. And she finally broke it down. She said the twin on the right has control of the arm and leg on the right. The twin on the left has control of the left arm, left leg. And anything basically below the belly button is just single woman. Anything above the belly button, the intestine, on the parts, everything is double. And which they're going on and on. And women have an amazing way of bringing up the question and without actually saying it. And I'm sitting here thinking, God, good Lord. I think, can you imagine? You're actually performing your marital rights, on your honeymoon. I imagine you would have blinds on your sister-in-law, but you're in the middle of your passionate marital rights, and all of a sudden your sister-in-law gets stuck with Mr. Happy.
That's a weird story. That is bizarre.
But it's real. It's real. I've thought these pictures online all this time's been fake, but these 2 girls are real.
No, I don't. They are real. I mean, I knew that, but the whole married life thing.
But you know what? If he married the girl on the left, and that's legal. But if he would have married both of them, then he would have got in trouble. He'd be a bigamist. So
okay.
It's just
wow,
an amazing story. So Megyn Kelly, I don't know where she's going with this stuff, but that was really bizarre, and I can't get it out of my head. Other than that, we're going to sit around and wait for our notification from the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, where it's all the news you need and some that you just wish you didn't ever hear about.
Some things can't be unthought of, maybe. All right, just a couple minutes left here. Real quick, Norfolk Southern has reached a settlement with the folks in East Palestine, Ohio. $600 million that will, if approved, they say resolve all lawsuits brought against the company by the thousands of residents within 20 miles of East Palestine, Ohio. Going back to the derailment, February of last year. Now, the company has not admitted liability or wrongdoing. The funds from the settlement, they say, are intended to serve as a pot from which businesses and individuals can pay for any harm, including health care costs that resulted from the derailment. Individuals and businesses will be able to use compensation from this settlement in any manner they see fit to address potential adverse impacts from the derailment. According to the statement, this could include health care needs, medical monitoring, property restoration, and the compensation for any net business loss. Under the language of the settlement, real quick, residents within 10 miles of the derailment will be eligible for additional compensation. Plaintiffs said they plan to file a motion asking a judge to approve the settlement within 10 days. Attorneys representing the claimants say they hope to see payments sent out by the end of this year. Can't help but kind of wonder how much are the attorneys going to suck up in that anyway, right out of the top before any of the actual plaintiffs see anything. With that, we're out of time. We'll close it out. Have a great Wednesday hump day. Hope to see you back at the midnight hour Eastern time tonight for our next edition.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my own. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but